Chapter 3288. You still want to negotiate with me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This wolf cub was getting arrogant. He then asked, "Are you sure you want to take the black tortoise divine brew with you?" Sure, and certain. The white-eyed wolf nodded. He picked his nose and looked at Qin Feiyang triumphantly. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered, "I will go and put away the black tortoise divine brew now. Don't even think about drinking it in the future. Put it away." At first, the white-eyed wolf thought that Qin Feiyang said good because he agreed. But when he heard the last sentence, his expression suddenly stiffened. He quickly hugged Qin Feiyang's thigh and said with a flattering smile, "Don't be like this. It's just a joke. Just a joke." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile. "Little guy, you think I can't deal with you?" But his face was expressionless as he looked at the wolf. Yes, it's just a joke. Actually, I have long wanted to go out and have some fun, but I was worried. Aren't you always afraid that I will cause trouble for you? That's why I didn't say anything." The white-eyed wolf grinned. "So, you are still thinking for me, and I have to thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at him with a strange expression. "I am just thinking for you. I don't want to cause trouble for you. As for thank you, there is no need. Words of gratitude between brothers are too polite." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Get lost. I have never seen a wolf as shameless as you." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He waved his hand and a man and a wolf appeared at the peak of Mad Bull Mountain. Xing Die and Yuqing were nowhere to be seen. The surrounding mountains and rivers were quiet except for the roars of the fierce beasts. This western continent doesn't look any different from the eastern continent. The white-eyed wolf looked around and pursed his lips. They are both in the sky cloud realm. How big of a difference can there be? The key is whether the person is good or bad. Tell me, how can we find the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor faster? Qin Feiyang frowned. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find. Since the Blood Hall already knows that we are here, they will definitely hide carefully. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded. Right. Suddenly, white-eyed wolf slapped his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Did we forget about someone? Who is it? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. It's that little brat who followed Old Hai to the great Qin Empire to kidnap the bride. We can't afford to offend old monsters like Old Hai and the master of the Blood Hall. But this brat is only at the imperishable realm. What is he to us? If we can find him, wouldn't all these problems be solved? The white-eyed wolf chuckled. That's right. Qin Feiyang also slapped his head. How could he forget about this person? Although we killed him in the spacetime transmission channel, Old Hua said that he left his divine soul in the Blood Hall. But it shouldn't be easy to find him now. After all, this is a special time. The master of the Blood Hall will definitely not allow him to run around. The white-eyed wolf said again. As long as we lock onto the target, there is nothing we can't do. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even if this person was locked in the Blood Hall, he had to trick him out. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission godstone. Buzz. Soon. An ugly middle-aged woman appeared. Beside her was a middle-aged man. His appearance was also unremarkable. The two of them stood in a small alley. There was no one else around. Who is this? He looks too smelly. The white-eyed wolf looked at the middle-aged woman in astonishment. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her face immediately darkened. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, "She is Yuqing. It's you. Even if you change your appearance, can't you look a little better?" The white-eyed wolf laughed strangely. Yuqing did not bother to pay attention to the white-eyed wolf. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What's wrong? Where are you now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "In a small city called Jinyuan City." Yuqing said. "Did you find out anything?" Qin Feiyang said. "We just entered the city. What can we find out?" Yuqing was speechless. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he understood. Although it had been a while in the Black Tortoise world, it had not been long in the outside world. He said, "Give me your coordinates." "Are you coming too?" Yu Qing asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. Yu Qing immediately gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Change your appearance. Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone and said something to the white-eyed wolf. Then, he took an illusory form pill and turned into a young man of 18 or 19 years old. He even changed into a purple robe, looking quite luxurious. The white-eyed wolf thought for a while and turned into a big fat cat. It looked like a black coal ball. How is it? Now, even if the people from the blood hall have fiery eyes of truth, they won't be able to recognize me. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Let alone the blood hall, even I can recognize you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he opened an altar. Yu Qing only gave him one coordinate. Naturally, he only needed one teleportation altar. This meant that Jinyuan City was not far from the Mad Bull Mountain. In the alley, Yu Qing waited quietly. Suddenly, Yu Qing looked at Xing Da and asked, Master Xing, you're here to protect Qin Dage, right? Yes. Xing Da nodded. Qin Dage is really lucky to have such a good master like the deputy chief. Yu Qing smiled. Xing Da said expressionlessly, you're also very lucky to be taken care of by the young master. Yes. If it weren't for Qin Dage's care, not to mention the Tianyu building, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to keep my life. Yu Qing nodded and smiled. Her face was full of gratitude. Xing Da's eyes flashed. He looked at Yu Qing and said, since we've already said this, I might as well say one more thing. Since you know that the young master is good to you, please cherish it. What do you mean, master? Yu Qing was stunned and looked at Xing Da suspiciously. What I mean is, don't do anything that will let the young master down. Otherwise, not to mention the western mainland, the Tianyu building won't even be able to develop in the eastern mainland. Xing Da's eyes flashed coldly. Yu Qing's pupils constricted as she imperceptibly felt a strand of terrifying killing intent, and she hurriedly nodded and said, Don't worry, even though I'm a woman, I still know how to repay kindness. That's good. Xing Da nodded his head and then fell silent. The cold light in his eyes also disappeared. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a man in purple and green carried a big fat cat and landed in the alley. Young master? Xing Da turned and looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fut. When they saw the white-eyed wolf, Yu Qing burst out laughing. Xing Da also had a smile on his face. What are you laughing at? Haven't you seen such a cute kitten? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Cute. Come on, with your round figure, I'll feel greasy if I stew it with wine. Yu Qing looked down on him. Little girl, are you looking for a beating? The white-eyed wolf suddenly jumped out and stared at Yu Qing fiercely. You're allowed to make fun of me, but I'm not allowed to talk about you. Yu Qing was displeased. All right, let's go. Qin Feiyang grabbed the white-eyed wolf and carried it in his arms. He walked out of the alley arrogantly, like a rich playboy who was carrying a pet and going sightseeing on the streets. Xing Da and Yu Qing looked at each other and quickly followed. They, on the other hand, were like two servants. Jinyuan City wasn't big, with a population of about 100,000 people. However, because it was close to the Heavenly Clouds Ocean, many people who were training in the Heavenly Clouds Ocean would come here to recuperate and buy resources. Therefore, it was quite lively. In a certain place in the city, there was a restaurant called the Drifting Fragrance Restaurant. Qin Feiyang led Xing Da and Xing Da in. Under the service of the waiter, the three of them sat in a corner of the main hall. They had a pot of wine and a few dishes. They ate while listening to the discussions in the surroundings. Do you guys think that Qin Feiyang from the Eastern continent is really the reincarnation of a demonic genius? Who knows? In any case, I know that the things he did in the Eastern continent aren't something a human can do. Our Western continent's reputation has really hit rock bottom this time around. I'm puzzled. What is the Vice Lord of the Blood Hall thinking? To do such disgraceful things, he has thrown his face all the way to the Eastern continent. The three of them listened for a long time, and almost all of the discussions were about Qin Feiyang. Seems like old Hai, this old thing, is also a street rat in the Western continent. White-eyed Wolf grinned. You can't blame the people of the Western continent. After all, what he did this time was really too stupid. If I was from the Western continent, I would also scold him behind his back. Yu Qing shook her head. Then, she seemed to have noticed something. She glanced at the entrance of the restaurant and patted Qin Feiyang's arm. She said in a low voice, "Qin Dage, look." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He put down the wine cup in his hand and turned his head to look suspiciously. He saw 3 young men walking in from outside. The 3 of them looked to be in their 20s. Their cultivation was at the complete imperishable realm. The moment the 3 of them entered the restaurant, the discussions in the surroundings stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the 3 of them with a trace of deep fear in their eyes. This was because the 3 of them had a blood symbol on their clothes. However, their clothes were slightly tattered and there were many bloodstains on their bodies. They also looked angry and irritated. They are disciples of the Blood Hall. Eldest Xing glanced at the blood symbol and transmitted his voice. Disciples of the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. After the 3 of them entered the restaurant, they glanced at the hall and walked straight to an empty table. Coincidentally, the empty table was right next to Qin Feiyang's table. "Bring me the best wine and dishes in your restaurant. Be quick." One of them looked at the restaurant's waiter who ran over and shouted, "Okay." The waiter came to a sudden stop and immediately turned around and ran away. Who could not slight the disciples of the Blood Hall? Even if they were just ordinary disciples, they could not be offended. Chapter 3289. How unlucky. We've been to the heavenly cloud ocean so many times, but we haven't found a single decent divine object. One of the Blood Hall's disciples cursed. The other disciple was also annoyed. The 3rd Blood Hall disciple glanced at the 2 and shook his head. When we went there, I suggested that we either don't go or go to the deeper part of the ocean. You 2 didn't listen and insisted on trying your luck at the edge. In the end, not only did you not find any divine objects, but you were also chased by sea beasts and almost lost your lives. How dare you say that? With our cultivation, we can't even beat the sea beasts at the edge. Going to the deeper part of the ocean is no different from going to death. The other 2 rolled their eyes. Enough. Let's not talk about these annoying things. The most important thing now is to find Qin Feiyang's trace. One of the Blood Hall disciples said with greed in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's group and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the 3 disciples. At the same time, the other people in the restaurant also looked at the 3 disciples. Find Qin Feiyang's trace? What did that mean? Wasn't Qin Feiyang in the Eastern continent? How could the people of the Western continent find him? What are you looking at? The 3 disciples glanced at the people around them with an unfriendly expression. One of the diners said with a flattering smile, "My lords, don't be angry. We're just curious." There's nothing to be curious about. Besides, even if Qin Feiyang appears in front of you, what can you do? You can only stare at him. The 3 disciples looked disdainful. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Jinyuan City was only a small city. The highest cultivation level of the people who stayed here was only at the undead realm. As for sovereign realm experts, it was hard to find one even in 10 years. Therefore, no one had the confidence to face Qin Feiyang. One of the Blood Hall disciples looked at the diners around and said with a smile, "However, since you've already mentioned Qin Feiyang, I might as well tell you the truth." Immediately, everyone pricked up their ears. The waiter of the restaurant served the dishes and wine. He also poured wine for the 3 of them while listening with anticipation. The Blood Hall disciple raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. The fiery wine was like a flame rolling in his body. He laughed and said, "Comfortable. Please drink more." The waiter gave a flattering smile and hurriedly poured more for him. The other 2 Blood Hall disciples looked at each other and transmitted their voices to this person. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Are we really going to tell them? Since this matter will be exposed sooner or later, there's no harm in telling them. What if we are lucky and Qin Feiyang is hiding somewhere near Jinyuan City? If these people help us find him, it will be our contribution. The higher-ups will definitely reward us handsomely. Taking a step back, even if we don't find it, we won't lose anything. The Blood Hall disciple snickered inwardly. Brilliant. When the other two Blood Hall disciples heard this, they couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. The Blood Hall disciple drank another cup of wine. Looking at the people around him, he said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, not long ago, we received news that Qin Feiyang and his accomplices have entered our western continent." What? They have entered our western continent? Everyone was shocked. That's right. I don't know if they did it on purpose or something else. They were directly teleported to our Nine Dragons mountain range. If they didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid they would be dead by now. The Blood Hall disciple sneered. No way. They were directly teleported to the Nine Dragons mountain range? That's the headquarters of the Blood Hall. That's too arrogant. Everyone's face was full of shock. It was hard to imagine how he dared to teleport directly to the Nine Dragons mountain range. Was it a provocation? No way. With what Qin Feiyang had done in the eastern continent, it was really possible. In short, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, just this point alone was worthy of admiration. Because the Nine Dragons mountain range was the largest forbidden area in the western continent. Except for the Blood Hall, outsiders were not allowed to set foot in it. The most important thing was, even if he delivered himself to their door, the Blood Hall people did not stop him. This person's means and courage were indeed worthy of his reputation. Look at the look in your eyes. It seems that you admire Qin Feiyang a lot. The three Blood Hall disciples frowned and looked at the crowd unkindly. No, absolutely not. Even if you lent us the courage, we wouldn't dare to have such thought. We're just scared by Qin Feiyang. At the same time, we're also very angry. We didn't expect him to be so arrogant and run directly to the Nine Dragons mountain range. This is not only a provocation to the Blood Hall, but also to the entire western continent. Everyone hurriedly hid their inner thoughts and shouted angrily. Those angry faces really seemed to have a deep hatred for Qin Feiyang. Hearing these words, the three were very satisfied, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Although Qin Feiyang escaped from the Heavenly Dragon mountain range, and he might even be feeling proud of himself right now, you can't even stop me when I barged into your headquarters. It seems like your Blood Hall isn't that great either. However, he neglected a very serious problem. The Blood Hall disciple sneered. This person's imagination is really rich. The white-eyed wolf looked at the person with ridicule in his eyes. This was a typical example of thinking smart. But I have to admit that it's really interesting. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. If the Blood Hall was like this, it would be easy to deal with. What problem did he neglect? Xingdie's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. The Blood Hall disciple looked at Xingdie, then looked at Qin Feiyang, Yuqing, and the white-eyed wolf. He did not take it to heart at all. He only thought that Qin Feiyang was a hedonistic son of some family. Otherwise, who would carry a big fat cat and come to the restaurant for fun? However, these hedonistic sons were really disgusting. Wasn't it because they were lucky when they were reincarnated and met a rich and powerful family? Putting aside the power behind them, they had no ability at all. What he neglected is that this is not the Eastern continent, but the Western continent. The Western continent is my Blood Hall's territory. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. In short, as long as he comes to the Western continent, he will not be able to escape even if he has heaven-defying abilities. The Blood Hall disciple smiled proudly. Well said. Qin Feiyang immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, how can we, the Western continent, allow a Qin Feiyang to strut around and do whatever he want? The three Blood Hall disciples sized up Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, I really didn't expect that a hedonistic son of rich parents like you would have such courage. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and said helplessly, how do I look like a hedonistic son of rich parents? You look like one everywhere. The three rolled their eyes and said, the higher-ups of our Blood Hall have already issued an order to search the entire continent for Qin Feiyang and his accomplices. There will also be generous rewards. Rewards? Why didn't we know about this? There was no news at all. Everyone was stunned. Because this matter has just happened, The arrest warrant hasn't been issued yet. However, it won't be long before you can see their arrest warrants at the city gates of major cities. Let me tell you, you must cherish this opportunity because the rewards this time are very special. Anyone who reports Qin Feiyang's whereabouts will immediately become a core disciple of our blood hall as long as it is verified to be true. Moreover, you will be rewarded with a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact and a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art. As soon as the blood hall disciples finished speaking, the restaurant was in an uproar. Core disciples, a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact and a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art. Not to mention people from small places like them, even the blood hall disciples were full of fatal temptation. This was because there was a huge difference between ordinary disciples and core disciples. For example, the 3 people in front of them were ordinary disciples. The treatment they enjoyed was far inferior to those core disciples. Let's use a simple analogy. If a core disciple was compared to a sun, then an ordinary disciple was equivalent to someone picked up from the roadside. It was completely comparable. Let's talk about the supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact and heaven-defying divine art. A supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact, let alone an ordinary disciple, even a core disciple who was comparable to a sun would find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Only the true elites among the core disciples had a chance to obtain it. Moreover, at most, they only had one. For example, Jiang Feitian and Nai Xiang. The 2 of them were considered the best among the core disciples. However, they only had one supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. Jiang Feitian's supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact was the flaming long saber. Unfortunately, it was scrapped in the hands of the little rabbit before it could appear. Nai Xiang's supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art was his supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art. As for the Sky Pisser halberd and armor, they were given to him by Old Hai at the last minute. Therefore, when they heard about this generous reward, everyone's heart palpitated with eagerness. Because once they obtained this reward, it was equivalent to a carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky. How is it? You're tempted. Since you're tempted, why don't you act quickly? This Qin Feiyang's whereabouts are unknown. Maybe he's near Jinyuan City now, or even right beside us now. The 3 blood hall disciples laughed. Right beside us? Everyone immediately looked around. They looked at each other with cold light flashing in their eyes. They looked as if they couldn't wait to tear off the face of everyone around them to confirm if there was a fake face. The 3 blood hall disciples looked at each other with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. They didn't say anything more. While drinking, they chatted in a low voice about trivial matters. Waiter, bill. Suddenly, a shout was heard. A burly man threw over a dozen divine gems, got up and left in a hurry. Bill here, too. Bill here, too. Seeing this, the others also got up to pay the bill and quickly left the restaurant. Obviously, they had been tempted by this reward and started the long road to find Qin Feiyang. However, they didn't know that the person they were looking for was actually right beside them. Soon, there were only a few tables left in the restaurant that was full of guests. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were at one table. The 3 blood hall disciples were at another table. The guests at the other 4 tables were also some young men and women. Chapter 3290. Why don't you go? The 3 people from the blood hall looked at Qin Feiyang's table and asked suspiciously. It's important to know one's own limits. This Qin Feiyang is so strong. Even if we can find him, we might already be in his hands before we can report to the blood hall. So, although the heaven-defying treasure is very tempting, our lives are more important. The young men and women at the other tables spoke one after another. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Haha, just say it if you're a coward. Why do you have to find such high-sounding excuses? A playboy will always be a playboy. No matter what, he won't be able to achieve anything. The 3 people from the blood hall mocked without hiding it. You, the young men and women immediately glared at the 3. What? You're not convinced? The 3 people raised their eyebrows and looked at the group with cold eyes. Immediately, the young men and women at the other tables changed their expressions slightly. Trash should have the awareness of being trash. Don't be an eyesore here. Scram. One of the disciples from the blood hall smiled contemptuously. When the group of young men and women heard this, they immediately took out some divine crystals and put them on the table. Then, they ran out of the restaurant as if they were running for their lives. Although they were very angry, they couldn't afford to offend the disciples of the blood hall. Quite overbearing. Qin Feiyang whispered. He picked up the wine cup and drank as if there was no one around. Then, he frowned. This was too disgusting. It tasted like horse urine. How could the three people from the blood hall drink it with such relish? Xing Da and Yu Qing didn't say anything. They just ate the dishes silently. As for the wine, Yu Qing ran a restaurant. She could tell the quality of a wine just by smelling it. As for Xing Da, he frowned just by looking at the wine cup. This meant that he could also tell the quality of the wine at a glance. As for the white-eyed wolf, it was needless to say. Now, except for the Xuanwu divine brew, no other wine could arouse its interest. It didn't even bother to look at it. Why aren't you leaving? Didn't you hear? The three people from the blood hall looked at Qin Feiyang and the others who were still sitting there calmly. A trace of hostility immediately appeared between their brows. There is. But why are we leaving? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He put down the wine cup and looked at the three people suspiciously. Young master, please leave. They are disciples of the blood hall. We can't afford to offend them. I see, your drinks and food are all free of charge. Just treat it as our restaurants treat. The shop assistant saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly went forward to persuade him in a low voice. I don't quite understand what you mean. We are all guests of your restaurant just like them. Why are you driving us away because of them? Could it be that your restaurant was specially opened for them? If that's the case, then you shouldn't have let anyone else in. Besides, do we look like people who don't pay their bills? Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he stroked the white-eyed wolf's fur. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf that had turned into a big fat cat was furry and very comfortable to touch. Sorry, I had no choice. I hope young master can forgive me. The waiter hurriedly apologized. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked up at the three people of the blood hall, and said, the three of you, may I have a word with you? The three of them were stunned. What did he mean? Was he trying to get close to them? Get closer. Don't you want to search for treasures in the heavenly cloud ocean? I know a place where a legendary treasure is hidden, but we haven't been able to get it because our cultivation is not enough. But seeing that the three of you are very strong, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Feiyang said. Legendary level heaven-defying divine item? The three of them looked at each other, their eyes full of greed. Where is it? Then, the three of them looked at Qin Feiyang and asked eagerly. It's not far. If the three of you are interested, we can join hands and have a try. Qin Feiyang smiled. The three of them looked at each other again, and a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. They nodded and said, of course we are interested in such a good thing. Brother, we have a bad attitude before. Please forgive us. There was a hint of flattery in their tone. It's okay. After all, the three of you are disciples of the blood hall. Naturally, you are superior to ordinary people like us. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Don't talk so much. The disciples of the blood hall are human beings, and so are ordinary people. Everyone is equal, right? The attitude of the three of them was completely different from before. However, Qin Feiyang had already felt the killing intent in their eyes. Yes, everyone is equal. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and asked, then shall we set off now? Of course. Things might change if we delay. The three of them couldn't wait to get up and cordially put Qin Feiyang in the middle, as if they were afraid that he would run away, and walked toward the door. Three lords, the bill hasn't been settled yet. The waiter hurriedly looked at the three of them and said timidly, Settle the bill? We are disciples of the blood hall. It's your honor to come to your shabby restaurant. How dare you ask us to settle the bill? Are you going to stay here forever? The three of them suddenly looked cold. We wouldn't dare. Take care, my lords. The waiter's face turned pale, and he hurriedly nodded and smiled flatteringly. The three of them sneered and walked straight out of the restaurant. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and then at the waiter, and then nodded to Xing Die behind him. Xing Die understood. He took out hundreds of divine gems and put them on the table next to him, and said, "Is the bill for 2 tables enough?" "Yes, yes, yes." The waiter nodded repeatedly and bowed, "Thank you, my lord." Xing Die shook his head and then chased after them with Yuqing, Qin Feiyang, and the 3 people of the blood hall. When they caught up with Qin Feiyang, they were surprised to find that Qin Feiyang was actually talking and laughing with the 3 people of the blood hall. "What is Qin Dage doing?" Yuqing looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and secretly asked. "I don't know. We don't need to know. We just need to follow." Xing Die replied coldly. When Yuqing heard this, she glanced at Xing Die, who had a cold face. Was this person emotionless? Not long after, Qin Feiyang and the others left Jinyuan City and flew toward the mountain range in front. Not long after Qin Feiyang and the others left, a guard rushed to the city gate and then posted a notice on both sides of the city gate. This was the arrest warrant for Qin Feiyang and the others from the blood hall. Not only was there a portrait of Qin Feiyang on it, but there were also portraits of Xing Die and Yuqing. Arrest warrant for Qin Feiyang? He has already entered the Western continent. No way. He shouldn't have the guts. After all, the Western continent is the blood hall's territory. Isn't he courting death by coming to the Western continent? Just like the restaurant, the people at the city gate were in an uproar. Moreover, it was not only Jinyuan City. At this moment, all the cities in the Western continent, including those small villages and towns, had issued arrest warrants for Qin Feiyang. The news that Qin Feiyang had entered the Western continent immediately spread like wildfire. Almost everyone felt that it was very unbelievable. How could he do such a suicidal thing? At the same time, the reward on the arrest warrant also made countless people crazy. A core disciple and 2 supreme-level heaven-defying treasures, not to mention ordinary people, even those rich and powerful families were envious. Therefore, a storm of searching for Qin Feiyang set off in the Western continent. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, they had already left Jinyuan City and appeared in the sky above a valley. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped. The 3 from the blood hall also stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the 3 and said with a smile, "I suddenly remembered that I seem to have remembered wrongly. That legendary-level heaven-defying treasure is not in the heavenly cloud ocean. How could you remember wrongly? You must be playing with us." The 3's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "How would I dare to play with you?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and then said, "I really remembered wrongly. It's not in the heavenly cloud ocean. Then where is it?" The 3 frowned. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and grinned, "It's on me." "On you?" The 3 were slightly stunned. Why was there something wrong with these words? Suddenly, when they saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, a cold light surged in their eyes, and they shouted, "You're really playing with us. Haha, you finally realize. I thought you would continue to be so stupid. Don't use your brain to think about it. Would I give you a legendary-level heaven-defying treasure?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. "You're courting death." The 3 flew into a rage and punched toward Qin Feiyang. "It's not me who's courting death, it's you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Xing Die. Xing Die immediately took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. His divine aura roared, and the 3 were immediately imprisoned in the void. The 3 immediately looked at Xing Die in shock. What a powerful divine aura. Did you see that? Great perfection, sovereign realm. You're just imperishable realm cultivators. What are you? Do you really think we're playboys? Ridiculous. White-eyed Wolf's face was full of disdain. Great perfection, sovereign realm. When the 3 heard this, their faces turned incomparably pale. Xing Die looked at the 3 coldly and said, "Do you know who the young master is? How dare you attack him?" "Young master?" When they heard Xing Die address Qin Feiyang this way, the 3's hearts were in turmoil. A grand perfection sovereign realm supreme existence was actually the servant of this hedonistic young master? Who exactly was this person? Could he be the son of some big shot in the upper echelon of the blood hall? However, even if he was the son of those big shots, he wouldn't receive such treatment. The more the three thought about it, the more terrified they became. How terrifying was this person that they had encountered? Do you know this person? Qin Feiyang didn't say much. As he waved his hand, the phantom of a purple-clothed young man appeared. He was 1.8 meters tall, had a tall figure, and looked dignified. He seemed to be full of arrogance. Looking at the purple-clothed young man, the three's faces were full of shock and suspicion. You know him? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course we know him. But only we know him. He doesn't know us. He's the Hall Master's grandson, Pei Wanli. He's the young Hall Master of our blood hall. The three hurriedly replied. Chapter 3291. Pei Wanli, Qin Feiyang murmured and turned to look at Xing Da with a questioning look. As Master's confidant, Xing Da should also know about Pei Wanli. That's right. He is Pei Wanli, the grandson of the Blood Hall Master. Xing Da nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before looking at the three people from the Blood Hall and asked, Can you guys contact him? Us. The three of them were stunned and quickly said, How can we contact him? With our status, we don't even have the qualifications to contact him. So, you guys are worthless? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Hearing this, Xing Da was ready to make a move. Don't kill us, although we can't see him, we can think of a way. Give us a chance, we can definitely do it. The three of them quickly shouted, their eyes filled with fear. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang stopped Xing Da and looked at the three of them. I'm sure. The three of them nodded. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and looked at Xing Da, let them go. Xing Da retracted his aura. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and said with a smile, I definitely can't trust you guys easily, so you guys have to swear in front of me. Swear? The three of them were slightly stunned. He actually wanted them to swear. This person must be stupid. Who didn't know that swearing was equivalent to fart? Xing Da and Yu Qing couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Didn't he have a control-type secret technique? It would be better to directly control them. What was the point of swearing? However, what they didn't notice was that Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf seemed to have a trace of hope in their eyes. Don't agree? Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and asked with a smile. Agree. We'll swear now. The three of them came back to their senses and quickly nodded. There were actually people in the world who believed in the so-called oath. It seemed that even if this person had a great background, he was just an idiot. Okay. I'll teach you guys. Qin Feiyang smiled. That doesn't need to be taught, right? Who doesn't know how to swear? The three waved their hands. Cut the crap. Do what I tell you to do. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. All right. The three of them nodded. Qin Feiyang said, First, take out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence? The three of them were stunned. Do you want to die? White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. No. The three of them hurriedly shook their heads and quickly refined a drop of blood essence. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, When you make the oath, you have to say that we will serve Qin Feiyang for life and will never betray him. If we violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy us. Is this any different from when we usually swear? The three of them looked at each other. Wait a minute. But soon after, their eyes trembled. Moreover, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. To serve Qin Feiyang for life, Qin Feiyang. They slowly turned their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang. What did he say? Did they hear it wrong? Why did he say that they would serve Qin Feiyang? Yes. I am the Qin Feiyang you are looking for. Qin Feiyang chuckled. When the two of them heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Their minds rumbled. The person in front of them was Qin Feiyang. The person holding the big fat cat and acting like a playboy was actually Qin Feiyang, whose name shook the Sky Cloud realm. This was too much of a coincidence. Previously in the restaurant, it was said that Qin Feiyang might be in Jinyuan City. Was he really in Jinyuan City? And he had been sitting next to them all this time? At this moment, they couldn't help but want to cry. Why were they so unlucky to run into this fierce person? No, they didn't run into him. It was clearly them who ran into him. Although they said that he was powerful, in fact, they didn't have the courage to face Qin Feiyang at all. After all, who didn't know how terrifying this person was? Meeting him was tantamount to meeting the Grim Reaper, especially before, they were arrogant in front of Qin Feiyang. Now, just thinking about it, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Even an existence like Old Hai was forced to self-destruct by this person, let alone small characters like them. With a casual move, he could crush them alive. I'm sorry, the more the three of them thought about it, the more scared they became. In the end, they knelt in the void powerlessly and cried out in despair, I'm really sorry. We were blind before. Please forgive us and give us a way out. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said suspiciously, did I say I would kill you? With such courage, they actually dared to run to the Sky Cloud realm to search for treasures. It was really admirable. In fact, he himself didn't realize how terrifying he was in the eyes of these people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was like a devil. How could the three of them listen to him now? Their minds were already blank. They kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Xing Die and Yu Qing couldn't help but want to laugh. They were so arrogant before, but now that they knew Qin Feiyang's identity, they immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. This change was too big. Qin Feiyang also helplessly rubbed his forehead. The world only knew that he was a ruthless person, but in fact, he was really a kind person. Shouldn't one look at people's hearts? Shut up. Impatient, Qin Feiyang coldly shouted and a murderous aura rushed towards the three of them. The three of them quivered and quickly shut their mouths. Their faces were pale as they looked at Qin Feiyang with fear. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The psychological quality of these Bloodhall disciples was too weak. He then said, as long as you swear, I will let you go. Good, good, good. The three of them nodded like they were pounding garlic. Come, I will teach you. Qin Feiyang taught them step by step. When the three of them swore, blood clouds immediately surged in the sky. Following closely, 3 blood-red marks soared into the sky and merged with the three's blood essence. Then, they disappeared into the three's bodies. Xing Die and Yu Qing looked at the sky in surprise. Why did a vision suddenly appear? Could it be related to the oath? That couldn't be right. They had lived for so many years, but they had never seen a vision from the sky when they swore an oath. Qin Feiyang didn't explain to the two of them. He looked at the three of them and said with a smile, the oath is done. Go back quickly. Are you really letting us go? The three of them looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. What else? Am I really going to kill you? Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and pursed it with a hint of playfulness. The three of them looked at each other and hurriedly got up. They turned around and rushed away as if they were running for their lives. He actually let us go. This person is really stupid. This is the first time I've seen someone who actually believes in an oath. He's so naive that it's ridiculous. Don't talk so much. This is a good opportunity to make a contribution. Let's go back and report to the temple master. But don't you think it's strange that when we swore an oath, there was a vision from the sky? It's indeed a little strange. But this must be Qin Feiyang's trick. Don't worry about it. The three of them secretly discussed with a hint of mockery in their eyes. He even believed in an oath. It seemed that this Qin Feiyang was just SOSO. Boom. But at this moment, above the sky, a deafening sound of thunder suddenly rang out. The three of them were shocked and hurriedly looked up. The three of them hadn't gone far. Qin Feiyang, Yu Qing, and White-Eyed Wolf also heard the sound of thunder clearly. Yu Qing and Xing Die also immediately looked up at the sky suspiciously. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf's eyes lit up. Crack. In the next moment, 3 streaks of blood lightning fell from the sky and blasted towards the three of them at an extremely terrifying speed. What's going on? The three of them turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran away. However, at the same time, The mark of the blood oath that had entered their bodies before suddenly shattered. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 3 streaks of blood lightning from the sky also instantly drowned them. Accompanied by 3 shrill screams, the 3 of them were instantly destroyed. Struck by lightning? Xingdian and Yuqing were astonished. How many evil things had the 3 of them done? That's why they were struck by lightning. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other with a hint of shock in their eyes. Not only was the blood oath true, but the power of the divine punishment was also so terrifying. The 3 of them were Eternal Realm experts, but they were actually killed in an instant. No. It should be said that they were obliterated. Nothing was left. This was too terrifying. Phew. White-Eyed Wolf took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, I feel that this thing is more effective than the mark of slavery and the puppet technique. As long as the oath is made, you can't even betray us in your heart. I also feel that it's more effective than the control secret technique. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because the 3 of them didn't do anything to betray them before, but they were struck by the divine punishment. This meant that they must have been communicating secretly. Communicating secretly couldn't escape the obliteration of the blood oath. If used properly, it could become a great trump card. What are you talking about? Xingdian and Yuqing heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf in confusion. Could it be that it wasn't as they thought, that the 3 of them were struck by lightning because they had done too many evil things, but that it had something to do with the oath they had made? Ha ha! Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Xingdian and Yuqing looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Why couldn't they stop keeping them in suspense? If they didn't get to the bottom of such a strange thing, they would feel terrible. The details are confidential for now. You just need to know that their deaths are indeed related to the oath they had made. Qin Feiyang smiled. Xingdian and Xingdian were shocked when they heard this. It really was related to the oath they had made. What kind of oath was that? Everyone knew that oaths were too fake. Some people even made vows every day, but they had never seen anyone suffer the wrath of the heavens. But at this moment, the oaths of the 3 of them had come true. How could this not be strange? No one would believe it if this was told to others. The experiment of the blood oath has succeeded, but we have to find the person again. We can't wait for Pei Wanli to come out of the blood hall by himself. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Blood oath. Yuqing and Xingdian were stunned. Was that the name of the oath? I didn't expect the 3 of them to trick Pei Wanli out at all. It was purely for the experiment of the blood oath. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then how are you going to lure him out? White-Eyed Wolf was suspicious. Chapter 3293. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. Boss Xing glanced at Qin Feiyang, thought for a while, and said, Why don't we cater to his liking? Cater to his liking? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He thought for a while and said, Even if we cater to his liking, we need to know what he likes. Do you know what he likes? I don't know. Boss Xing shook his head. Although he knew about Pei Wanli, he didn't have much contact with him, let alone know much about him. Yuqing pondered for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, People like to eat, drink, and play. We'll try them one by one. He'll take the bait. It's true that he likes to eat, drink, and play. But for someone of his status, what hasn't he eaten and played? Besides, the news that we've entered the Western continent has spread. The master of the blood hall knows that I'm a vengeful person. He definitely won't allow him to leave the blood hall. In fact, whether this method will work or not is one thing. The main thing is that it's too time-consuming. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yuqing fell silent. If they really tried them one by one, it would indeed be a waste of time. But this was the only way she could think of. The White-Eyed Wolf waved his paw impatiently and said, Why are you thinking so much? Let's just sneak into the blood hall and drag that little bastard out. Sneak into the blood hall? Yuqing and Boss Xing looked at each other speechlessly. They had just escaped from the blood hall. Now they had to go back. Only a fool would do that. Sneaking into the blood hall is indeed worth a try. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. What? Boss Xing and Boss Xing looked at each other. They really wanted to give it a try. Well, they were wrong. They were not fools, but lunatics. Because only lunatics would do such a thing. Qin Feiyang turned to Yuqing and asked with a smile, Miss Yuqing, what's your plan now? Yuqing pondered for a while and shook her head. I don't know. Qin Feiyang said, I think you should return to the Eastern continent now. Return to the Eastern continent now? Yuqing was stunned. I know you can't accept it. However, the rise of a force is not something that can be achieved at will. It has to be done step by step. Actually, you don't have to be so anxious. The Tianyu Tower has just gained a firm foothold in the Eastern continent. It's entirely possible to stabilize it first before considering expanding to the other 3 continents. Qin Feiyang smiled. I understand what you mean. But now, I've only just arrived at the Western continent, and I haven't done anything at all. To return with my tail between my legs is truly a huge blow. Yuqing looked around, her face full of unwillingness. What's there to be shocked about? It's very common. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Yuqing pondered for a while and nodded. All right, I'll go back first. Anyway, I'll only be a burden to you if I stay. Don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid that you'll be a burden to us. I'm afraid that we'll implicate you. The grudge between me and the Blood Hall has reached a point where it can't be resolved tactfully. In the future, it'll be a life and death situation. Therefore, it won't do you any good to stay by my side now. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Is it that serious? No matter how deep the grudge is, it can be resolved peacefully, Yuqing said. Peacefully, Qin Feiyang murmured, and a cold light slowly emerged in his eyes. If it's purely against me, I can consider resolving it peacefully with them. However, they're not just against me. They shouldn't have attacked the people around me. Thinking back, on the day he married the mermaid princess, Old Hai and Pei Wanli went to the Great Qin Empire and forcefully abducted the mermaid princess without any explanation. Moreover, they severely injured the guardian of the 3rd floor of the divine site, Fire Python, and almost killed him. There was also the Sword Emperor and the other 3. Even if his Qi wasn't crippled, he wouldn't have any strength to fight back when facing such a powerful blood hall, let alone escape. Was there a need to torture them like this? Therefore, this hatred and anger couldn't be resolved with the word peace. Besides, if he had to swallow this insult, then was he worthy of being a man? All right. Yuqing nodded. She couldn't help but envy the people around Qin Feiyang. They were completely protecting them like family. How good would it be if there was such a man in this world who would protect her like this? Unfortunately, it was just a dream. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Snowflake appeared. Send her back to Cloud Sea City. Okay. Snowflake replied. Buzz. But at this moment, Yuqing's divine voice transmission stone suddenly vibrated. Yuqing was slightly stunned. She took out the divine voice transmission stone and checked it. She smiled and said, so it's Sister Meow Meow. Yi Meow. Xing Da was suspicious. Yes. Yuqing nodded and activated the divine voice transmission stone. At this moment, a woman in a colorful dress appeared. Who else could it be but Yi Meow? However, at this moment, there were 2 people beside Yi Meow. Seeing these 2 people, Qin Feiyang and the others changed their expressions. Because one of them was the Blood Hall Master. They were dumbfounded. Why was Yi Meow Meow with the Blood Hall's Hall Master? The other person was an old man in a black robe. His entire body was wrapped in a black robe, and even his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was filled with mystery. Qin Feiyang had seen this person before. It was the black-robed man who had repeatedly sent messages to the Vice Alliance leader. He's the Dark Guard commander of the Blood Hall. The Dark Guard of the Blood Hall is equivalent to the law enforcer of the Demon Hall. It's said that this person has mastered the law of time, and his strength isn't inferior to the major figures at all. Xing Da stared at the black-robed man's shadow and secretly explained to Qin Feiyang. Dark Guard commander, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that even if he killed the Great Deacon, the overall loss to the Blood Hall wouldn't be too great. Sister Meow Meow, What's going on? Yu Qing looked at Yi Miao and asked. At this moment, Yi Miao's face was also full of panic and fear. Let me tell you. The Blood Hall Master took a step forward and looked at Qin Feiyang. You're really hiding your strength. How long have you been in the Sky Cloud realm? You've actually cultivated a force like the Tianyu Tower. Although Qin Feiyang had changed his appearance, from the eyes of Xing Die and Yu Qing, they could see that this purple-robed young man holding a big fat cat was the Qin Feiyang they were looking for. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Xing Die, Yu Qing, and White-Eyed Wolf were also stunned. Did the Blood Hall think that the Tianyu Tower was a force under Qin Feiyang? However, you're still one step behind. The Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged King haven't been found yet, and now another subordinate has fallen into my hands. Tell me, how should I deal with it? The Blood Hall Master looked at Qin Feiyang, his face full of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang was speechless. How could he judge that the Tianyu Tower was a force under his control? He and Yu Qing and Yi Miao Miao could at most be considered as ordinary friends. You misunderstood. Yu Qing came back to her senses and hurriedly looked at the Blood Hall Master. The Tianyu Tower is mine and Sister Miao Miao's. It has nothing to do with Qin Feiyang. Don't hurt her. Do you think I'm stupid? If you have nothing to do with each other, would you be with him now? The Blood Hall Master sneered. Yu Qing couldn't explain. Because this was the best proof. If she were the Blood Hall Master, she definitely wouldn't listen to her explanation. Qin Feiyang frowned, looked at the Blood Hall Master, and asked, So, now you're going to use Yi Miao's life to force me to show up? Then, are you going to show up or not? The Blood Hall Master smiled playfully. First, you used the Sword Emperor's life to force me to show up at the exchange meet, and now you're using the same trick again. Can't the Blood Hall be a little more shameless? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. We've already come to this point. Is face still important? The Hall Master of the Blood Hall smiled indifferently. Okay. Then kill her. Qin Feiyang shrugged. What else could he do when encountering such a shameless person? He couldn't really risk his life for Yi Miao. Although he valued friendship and righteousness, he wasn't so kind as to help someone he wasn't familiar with. His friendship and righteousness were limited to the people around him. The Blood Hall Master and the black-robed old man were stunned. He didn't care at all. Qin Dage, however, Yu Qing and Yi Miao panicked. Especially Yi Miao Miao, her face was ghastly pale, and she looked at Qin Feiyang like a helpless child. Qin Feiyang ignored her directly. He looked at the Blood Hall Master and said indifferently, If you have time to think about this, why don't you think about how to defeat me fair and square? After all, I've always won the competition between us. After that, Qin Feiyang raised the corners of his mouth slightly with a hint of sarcasm. Then, he turned his head and looked away. The Blood Hall Master clenched his fists tightly after hearing this. If one were to talk about the Blood Hall's greatest scar, it would undoubtedly be the repeated losses they had suffered at Qin Feiyang's hands. Therefore, Qin Feiyang's ruthless words were equivalent to tearing open this scar and causing it to bleed profusely. You don't care? Sure. Commander of the Secret Guards, kill her, the Blood Hall Master yelled. The commander of the Secret Guards immediately unleashed a terrifying aura as he grabbed Yi Miao's head. Stop it. Yu Qing immediately yelled. She then looked at Qin Feiyang and exclaimed, Qin Dage, please be kind and save Sister Miao Miao. I'll kneel before you. Saying this, she actually knelt before Qin Feiyang. Xing Die frowned and transmitted his voice, Young Master, there's no need to meddle in this. Qin Feiyang remained silent. The Blood Hall Master's eyes flickered with murderous intent when he saw Qin Feiyang standing still. He yelled, Kill. The commander of the Secret Guards exerted a little force on his arm. Yi Miao's head immediately began to bleed. She stood there trembling in despair. Qin Dage, Yu Qing yelled in despair. That's enough. Qin Feiyang turned around and glanced at Yu Qing. He then looked at the Blood Hall Master and asked, Tell me, what do you want? I thought you didn't care. The Blood Hall Master smiled and said, If you want me to let her go, give me your ruler divine weapon in exchange. What? The ancient castle in exchange? Qin Feiyang was startled. Ha ha, The white-eyed wolf burst out laughing while holding his stomach. Was this old man out of his mind? He was asking them to give him their ruler divine weapon in exchange for someone who had nothing to do with them. His naivety was truly admirable. This time, even Yu Qing was silent. Although she really wanted to save Yi Miao Miao, asking Qin Feiyang to exchange a sovereign divine weapon for Yi Miao Miao was indeed a little too much. The Blood Hall Master was unaware of the relationship between the Tianyu Pavilion and Qin Feiyang. However, she clearly knew that Qin Feiyang had helped them out of kindness. It was his duty not to help them. Therefore, she could only resign herself to fate. Chapter 3294. Shut up. The Blood Hall Master stared at the white-eyed wolf gloomily. You told such a big joke and you don't allow others to laugh. The white-eyed wolf laughed happily. He was an old antique who had lived for countless years. How could he have such a childish thought? Not to mention that Yi Miao was not related to them. Even if they were, they would not use the Dominator divine weapon to exchange for her. If it were you, would you agree to use your horsetail whisk to exchange for her? As long as there was nothing wrong with your brain, you would know that it was unrealistic. In other words, anyone who could say something like that was basically a brainless person. It was better to bring some brains with you the next time you went out to avoid being laughed at. The Blood Hall Master's face was gloomy. That's enough. Don't make a fool of yourself. After all, you're already so old. Don't end up like old Hai and end up in a situation where you can't protect your integrity. As for Yi Miao, you can kill her if you want. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Hall Master and smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Yu Qing and said, turn off the divine voice stone. But, Yu Qing's face was filled with anxiety. Young master asked you to turn it off. Turn it off quickly. Xing Die raised his eyebrows. Yu Qing sensed a trace of killing intent in Xing Die's eyes. Her gaze trembled slightly. She looked at Yi Miao and said, Sister Miao Miao, don't be afraid. I'll find a way to save you. After saying that, she turned off the divine voice stone. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang. Her pitiful look made one's heart ache. I told you before not to get too close to me. You didn't believe me. Look at what happened now. Yi Miao has been captured. The Blood Hall has another bargaining chip. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so willful and followed you to the Western continent. Yu Qing lowered her head. Her face was filled with self-blame. What's the use of regretting now? Not to mention Yi Miao, I'm afraid that even you will be targeted by the Blood Hall if you return to the Eastern continent now. Tell me, you're doing fine in the Eastern continent. Why did you insist on coming to the Western continent with us? Aren't you just adding to our troubles? The white-eyed wolf's irritated look made Yu Qing feel even more guilty. All right. It has already happened. What's the point of saying all this? Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Xing Die and instructed, go and investigate immediately. Aside from this Pei Wanli, who else is important to the Blood Hall's Hall Master? Also, investigate this hidden guard commander. All right. Xing Die nodded. Then, he turned around and left at lightning speed. I'll go check it out too. Yu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You. Forget it. With your cultivation level, once your identity is exposed, only death awaits you. At that time, we'll have to think of a way to save you. So, just stay here quietly and don't cause any more trouble for us. The white-eyed wolf said. Yu Qing stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. There was a trace of unwillingness on her face. I think you're really arrogant. You don't even know your surname anymore. Do you think that the Tianyu building can develop so quickly in the Eastern continent because of you and Yi Miao? The white-eyed wolf said with disdain. Yu Qing immediately lowered her head like a deflated balloon when she heard this. Although the white-eyed wolf said it very bluntly, it was undeniable that it was indeed the truth. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang's help, the Tianyu building wouldn't have developed so quickly. Take Zhuo Tiansheng as an example. After Zhuo Tiansheng became the city governor of Cloud Sea City, he gave the Tianyu building a lot of benefits. Qin Feiyang ignored the white-eyed wolf and Yu Qing. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. He quickly took out the divine sound transmission stone and sent a message to Zhuo Tianxing. Since the Blood Hall made a move on Yi Miao, there was no reason why they wouldn't make a move on Zhuo Tianxing and the others. Because Zhuo Tianxing and Lu Jingyuan were the two people who were really related to him. Buzz. Not long after, Zhuo Tianxing's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang? Zhuo Tianxing was stunned and said with a smile, "It seems that you've successfully entered the Western continent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have changed your appearance. Are you sending me a message to tell us that you're safe?" "Tell us that you're safe?" Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, "I'm sending you a message to see if you're safe." "Me? What do you mean?" Zhuo Tianxing was suspicious. Qin Feiyang briefly told him about Yi Miao's situation. "What? Does the Blood Hall really intend to continue being so shameless?" Zhuo Tianxing was furious when he heard this. Qin Feiyang said, "That's why I'm sending you a message to confirm your safety. Don't worry, our cultivation is at the perfected sovereign realm. Without full confidence, the Blood Hall won't easily deal with us." Zhuo Tianxing comforted. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yi Miao was only at the imperishable realm. Not to mention the Blood Hall, even Qin Feiyang was confident that he could catch her effortlessly. However, Zhuo Tianxing and Lu Jingyuan were different. Both of them were at the perfected sovereign realm. Elder Yu was also at the greater mastery sovereign realm. Even if they couldn't defeat the Blood Hall, they could at least resist. If they resisted, there would definitely be a commotion. As long as there was a commotion, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace would be alerted. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace had temporarily entered a period of peace. If the Blood Hall caused a commotion in the Eastern continent at this time, they would definitely be attacked by the two forces. The Blood Hall didn't want to see such an outcome. Therefore, if they wanted to use Zhuo Tianxing and the others to threaten Qin Feiyang, they would first have to secretly bring them to the Western continent. "It's good that you're fine. Be careful in the future. Especially don't leave alone. Also, tell Master to discuss with Elder Hua. If there's a chance, it's better to get rid of the Blood Hall's spies." Qin Feiyang reminded. "The Blood Hall's spies will definitely be endless. Because if you get rid of one batch, another batch will come. Unless you set up a barrier around the entire Eastern continent and check the identity of anyone who enters or leaves. But doing so will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. It's not something we can afford." Zhuo Tianxing sighed. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. For something like this, they had to deal with the root cause. As long as the Blood Hall was destroyed, the Blood Hall's forces would naturally collapse. Not to mention other things, at least they wouldn't brazenly come out to stir up trouble in the future. After the conversation, Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone. He looked at Snowflake floating beside him and said, "Follow me for a while." The space-time gate could only be opened once a day, so it wasn't very convenient. As for Yi Tian, although he had mastered the law of space-time, he was cultivating in seclusion. It wasn't good to disturb him, so he could only let Snowflake stay for the time being. The weapon spirit was stunned and hurriedly said, "If I follow you, what about my cultivation?" "Don't worry. After I'm done with this, I'll let you go to the land of origin to cultivate properly." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right." The artifact spirit reluctantly responded. In its opinion, this was purely a waste of time. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put Snowflake into his Qi. Then, he looked at White-Eyed Wolf and Yuqing and said with a smile, "Boss Xing shouldn't be back for a while. The Blood Hall's wanted order should have been issued. Let's go to Jinyuan City to take a look." "Okay." Yuqing nodded. Qin Feiyang and Yuqing changed their appearances again. Moreover, due to the White-Eyed Wolf's initial teasing, she didn't make herself look ugly this time. Instead, she became a graceful woman in her 20s, wearing a white dress. As for the White-Eyed Wolf, he casually changed into a big yellow dog. After all, their faces had been seen by the Blood Hall Master and the Dark Guard Commander, so they couldn't continue to use them. After that, Qin Feiyang opened an altar and brought Yuqing and the White-Eyed Wolf to the gate of Jinyuan City. As expected, at this moment, there were no less than hundreds of people gathered in front of the city gate. They were discussing animatedly and it was extremely noisy. Qin Feiyang walked up and saw the wanted orders on both sides of the city gate. He couldn't help but smile. How can you still smile? Yuqing was speechless. She was almost worried to death. But this person didn't seem to care at all. No one could compare to this kind of mentality. I've always believed in one sentence. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at the city gate. As soon as the wanted orders were out, even the city gate began to be strictly checked. The movement wasn't small, but was it useful to Qin Feiyang? Obviously, it was useless. If he could be found just like that, then he would have died countless times along the way. Qin Dage, look, could they be the Blood Hall's dark guards? Suddenly, Yuqing pointed to the sky above the city. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw two black-robed people sitting cross-legged above the city. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but it wasn't difficult to judge from the murderous aura emitted from their bodies that both of them were ruthless people. And judging from their aura, both of them were Great Mastery Sovereign Realm. Great Mastery Sovereign Realm was considered a mainstay in the Sky Cloud Realm, but now they came to Jinyuan City to guard. Even if they weren't dark guards, they must be from the Blood Hall. Great Mastery Sovereign Realm, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. These two people should be valuable. But now, Xing Da wasn't here. It wouldn't be easy to capture these two people with his and the white-eyed wolf's strength. It wouldn't be a problem if they went all out in a fight. Because whether it was him or the white-eyed wolf, they both had their trump cards. But if they went all out in a fight, it would inevitably cause a sensation. This way, it would attract more people. This couldn't be a joke. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Seeing that the white-eyed wolf was also eager to make a move, he transmitted his voice, "Don't be anxious, wait for Xing Da to come back first." Immediately, two people and one wolf turned around and left. "You guys wait." But just as they turned around, a cold shout sounded. "En!" Everyone present couldn't help but be stunned and looked at the guards at the city gate. There were a total of 4 guards. The person who spoke was one of them. This guard looked at Qin Feiyang and Yuqing and nodded. "Yes, I'm talking about you guys." "Us." The two of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang read from Yuqing's eyes. Could it be that they recognized their identities? "Don't be nervous." Qin Feiyang comforted her secretly and cupped his hands. "Sir, what instructions do you have? I think you guys are a little suspicious." That guard walked over and sized up Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Chapter 3295. Suspicious. Once those words were said, everyone present immediately turned their gazes to Qin Feiyang and Wang Qiong. The other 3 guards also slowly surrounded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was really shocked when he heard that. Did they really find out? But it didn't make sense. Before they came, they had changed their appearance and disguised themselves so well. Moreover, the guards didn't have the fiery golden eyes. How could they be seen through? Looking at Yuqing, who was already panicking, Qin Feiyang quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Calm down." Feeling Qin Feiyang's strong hand, Yuqing inexplicably felt at ease and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Qin Feiyang looked at the guard and said with some fear, "Sir, you can't say that. After all, there are so many people watching. Then let me ask you, why didn't you enter the city?" The guard looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. "Ah!" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the guard and said, "We didn't plan to enter the city in the first place. We just saw so many people gathered here to watch the show, so we came to take a look out of curiosity." "Is that so? I think you're guilty and don't dare to be checked by the Heaven's Eye Stone, so you turned around and left." The guard snorted and took out a Heaven's Eye Stone from his arms and handed it to Qin Feiyang. His meaning was self-evident. "Qin Dage, what should we do?" Yuqing said secretly. "It seems that I've underestimated the people of the Blood Hall." Qin Feiyang said. Usually, no one would pay attention to such small details. But now, they were caught red-handed by a guard. The Western continent was different from the Eastern continent. All the major cities in the Eastern continent belonged to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. But in the Western continent, the Blood Hall was the only ruler. So, whether it was the city lords or the guards, they were all from the blood hall. Don't dare. It seems that there's something wrong with you. The guard smiled coldly. Swish. At the same time, in the sky, the two black-robed men suddenly stood up. One of them landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other landed behind Qin Feiyang. They didn't hide their murderous intent. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one of them go. If you don't obediently accept the check, you'll all die. The guard shouted. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the guard, nodded and said, "Okay, I accept the check." After saying this, Qin Feiyang grabbed the Heaven's Eye Stone. He really dared to grab the Heaven's Eye Stone? Then he should have no problem. Seeing this, everyone discussed in low voices, and some people had already left. But at this moment, the four guards were also stunned for a moment. They quickly looked at the two black-robed men and roared, "Master Shadow Guards, there must be something wrong with them." Sure enough, they're the Blood Hall's Dark Guards. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The two black-robed men also reacted. Their divine aura suddenly surged toward Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The surrounding crowd also turned and fled at once. What should we do? Yu Qing was a little flustered. It's already like this. What else can we do? White-eyed wolf, it's time for you to show your power. Qin Feiyang was very calm. What kind of storm had he not experienced? It was just two dark guards. Hee. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs and smiled. The power of death rolled out and a dark red crescent moon rose into the sky. The entire area seemed to have turned into an azure hell. The two dark guards were dumbfounded. The onlookers who had run away to watch also looked at the waning moon with shock and bewilderment. This seems to be the law of death. I didn't expect a big yellow dog to comprehend the law of death. Wait. I've heard of the various profound meanings of the law of death, but I don't have any impression of this profound meaning. Could this be the profound meaning of the law of death, or an even higher profound meaning? But how is this possible? The aura this big yellow dog is emitting is only that of a half-step sovereign. A half-step sovereign can comprehend the profound meaning of the law of death. You must be dreaming. While everyone was still in shock, the white-eyed wolf stood up and waved its claws. The dark red waning moon instantly turned into a ferocious beast and charged toward the two dark guards. "People of Jinyuan City, evacuate immediately," one of the dark guards roared. Boom. Immediately after, the two dark guards activated their profound meaning of the law of slaughter and the law of sword respectively. Evacuate. Shouldn't you be here to protect us? When the people in the city heard the dark guards roar, they were stunned. You are all dark guards, greater mastery sovereigns. Any one of you can kill that big yellow dog in an instant. One of you can kill the big yellow dog while the other protects Jinyuan City. Isn't this more than enough? But now, they are actually asking them to evacuate. Since the two dark guards want us to evacuate, it means that even they don't have much confidence. Why aren't you evacuating? Do you want to be destroyed along with Jinyuan City? At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed out of the city lord's residence and roared anxiously. This person was the city lord of Jinyuan City, a half-step sovereign. What? Even the dark guards don't have confidence. The people quivered, and immediately scrambled to escape from the city. In their hearts, they were extremely bewildered. What kind of Upanishad was that dark red waning moon? In the blink of an eye, the three profound meanings clashed, and a destructive aura instantly spread out in all directions with this place as the center. The snowflake immediately appeared and released wisps of divine power to block the shockwave. After all, the snowflake was a legendary divine artifact that was comparable to a perfected sovereign. Without a doubt, Jinyuan City was instantly razed to the ground. Those who fled and those who were watching from afar had greatly underestimated the power of the three profound meanings. They were all affected by the shockwaves and were thrown off their feet. They were battered and exhausted. However, when they stabilized their bodies and looked at the center of the battlefield again, their expressions froze. The dark red waning moon continuously clashed with the fifth profound meaning of the two dark guards, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. How was this possible? One had to know that the two dark guards were both sovereigns, and that big yellow dog was only a half-step sovereign. Crack. After a few rounds, the waning moon finally shattered. The white-eyed wolf's body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful the law of death was, it couldn't make up for the difference of 3 minor realms. It seems like with my current cultivation, I can only suppress sovereigns of the minor realms. I won't be able to defeat sovereigns of the greater realms. The white-eyed wolf muttered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed sinisterly. It really is a supreme profound meaning. When the two dark guards heard this, their eyes were filled with disbelief. He was only a half-step sovereign. How could he have a supreme profound meaning? The heavens must be joking. If even these two dark guards were like this, there was no need to talk about the others. Not to mention the supreme profound meaning of the law of death, even the supreme profound meaning of an ordinary law was something they could only dream about. What sort of divine being was this big yellow dog? How could he be so terrifying? The two of you should be tactful. Obediently kneel down and accept your surrender, and this big brother will spare your lives. The white-eyed wolf stood in the air and looked at the two dark guards overbearingly. Kneel down and accept our surrender. The two dark guards' eyes flashed with cold light. So what if he had a supreme profound meaning? The difference in cultivation was right there. Could he overturn the heavens? Boom. The two dark guards waved their hands and activated their 4 profound meanings. Sovereigns of the greater realms had already grasped the 5th profound meaning of 4 laws. Now, the two of them had activated all 4 of their 5th profundities. It could be seen that they wanted to kill the ingrate. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "White-eyed wolf, don't be rash. You're not their match. Although I'm not now, this big brother will be able to crush them later." The white-eyed wolf cackled. Boom. In an instant, a huge golden beast shadow rushed out from behind him, crossing the heavens and earth. It looked like a beast god had descended, exuding a great pressure. The two dark guards were shocked. "I'll let you see what a true heaven-defying fighting soul is like. Devour." As the white-eyed wolf growled, the golden beast shadow opened its mouth. A gust of wind blew in the area. Waves of blood immediately floated out from the bodies of the two dark guards. What's going on? The two dark guards were bewildered. Qindage, what's going on? Yuqing, who was standing next to Qin Feiyang, was also confused. Watch and you'll know. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. However, if one looked closely, they would see that Qin Feiyang's brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was puzzled about something. The white-eyed wolf was obviously going to activate its 2nd theurgy to deprive the two dark guards of their cultivation. However, the last time the white-eyed wolf activated its theurgy, it was in the 3rd layer of the divine demon forest. At that time, the white-eyed wolf hadn't reached the imperishable realm yet. Everyone knew that the sovereign realm was different from other realms. Ordinary divine arts and divine weapons were useless in the sovereign realm. Only heaven-defying divine arts could be used. Therefore, what Qin Feiyang was puzzled about was whether the white-eyed wolf's 2nd theurgy could deprive the two dark guards of their cultivation. After all, they were both sovereigns. Moreover, the difference in cultivation between the white-eyed wolf and the two dark guards was too great. One was a half-step sovereign and 2 were late-stage sovereigns. Even if the 2nd theurgy was useful, it probably wouldn't be very effective. As time slowly passed, the two dark guards could clearly sense that more and more blood was flowing out of their bodies. Moreover, their auras seemed to be weakening. Could this be? Their eyes trembled. Although they didn't know what the white-eyed wolf's abilities were, they were still experienced and knowledgeable. They could make some connections from the weakening aura and the loss of blood. But how could this be possible? How could there be such a heaven-defying theurgy in the world? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Chapter 3296. The effect isn't that great. The white-eyed wolf's heart shuddered. He thought that he could easily strip the two of their cultivation, but he didn't expect it to be so strenuous. "Hurry up and kill it," one of the shadow guards roared. He had already noticed that not only was his aura and blood, but his cultivation was also slowly slipping away. This must be an innate ability that could strip cultivation. The other shadow guard nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom. 8 profound meanings with monstrous divine might charged at the white-eyed wolf. Although they didn't have supreme laws or profound meanings, their cultivation was in front of them. They were at the sovereign realm and had 8 profound meanings, all of which were the 5th profound. Even if the white-eyed wolf had supreme profound meanings, it could only be beaten up. Boom. The white-eyed wolf's eyelids twitched, and the supreme profound of the law of death appeared. The dark red waning moon was like the dusk before the end of the world, leaving behind afterglow that dyed the mountains and rivers. Even the people who had retreated far away couldn't help but feel a fatal chill. Looking at the waning moon from afar, it was as if they were looking at the arrival of the death god. Their hearts trembled. Dusk of the gods, it's only at the half-step sovereign realm and comprehended the supreme profound, one of the strongest laws in the world, the law of death. How did it do it? Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Most importantly, it was a big yellow dog. Why hadn't they heard of a big yellow dog in the Western continent that had comprehended the supreme profound? One had to know that only the big shots of the sky cloud realm had the ability to comprehend the supreme profound. A big yellow dog. No one would believe it if they said it out loud. In an instant, the supreme profound of the law of death collided with the 8 profound meanings. Without any suspense, it was completely crushed, and the waning moon shattered on the spot. The 8 profound meanings charged at the white-eyed wolf with an apocalyptic aura. Unfortunately, even with the supreme profound, it's still not a match for the 2 shadow guards. After all, the difference in cultivation is too great. However, the supreme profound is still very powerful. If this big yellow dog was 1 level stronger, or if the 2 dark guards were 1 level weaker, they would have been killed instantly. People shook their heads in pity, thinking that the white-eyed wolf was doomed to die. Even the 2 secret guards were the same. Clang. However, at this moment, accompanied by a loud clang, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. It was a heavenly halberd. Do I need you to meddle in my business? The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang. Still not happy, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to retrieve the sky pisser, the white-eyed wolf grinned. He grabbed the sky pisser and charged towards the 6 profound meanings. This looks like Old High's supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact, the dragon-subduing halberd. The pupils of the 2 secret guards contracted, their eyes filled with bewilderment. That was right. This was the dragon-subduing halberd. However, didn't they hear that Elder High had given the dragon-subduing halberd to Nai Xiang during the exchange conference, and it was snatched away by Qin Feiyang? How could it be in this person's hands? The 2 of them shuddered and looked at Qin Feiyang. They exclaimed, "Are you? That's right. I'm the Qin Feiyang you're looking for." Qin Feiyang smiled. What? The 2 secret guards' expressions changed. They looked at the city lord in the distance and shouted, "Inform the deacon immediately that Qin Feiyang is in Jinyuan City." Qin Feiyang. The city lord's expression also changed when he heard this. He quickly took out the divine voice stone. His Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the gazes of the other people also shot towards Qin Feiyang. This fierce person who forced Elder High to self-detonate, caused the Blood Hall to suffer losses, and barged into the 9-Dragon Mountain Range, was actually in Jinyuan City. Qin Dage, Yueqing's expression also changed when she heard that they were going to inform the Blood Hall's deacon. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang smiled. He looked at Snow and said, "You stay here and protect Yueqing." After saying this, he took a step forward. As if he had crossed space and time, he appeared in front of the city lord in a few flashes. So fast. Yueqing whispered. This was definitely a supreme-level support divine technique. That's right. Spacetime step was indeed a supreme-level support divine technique. After being improved by the little rabbit, it still had a strong lethality. In other words, this was no longer just a support divine technique. It was a super killing technique that combined both killing and support. Give me the divine voice stone. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and looked at the city lord with a smile. The city lord instinctively shook his head. However, when he saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly handed over the divine voice stone. Qin Feiyang grabbed the divine voice stone and was about to crush it. However, at this moment, a shadow appeared. Obviously, it must be the deacon. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and raised his head to look at the shadow. It was a middle-aged man about 2 meters tall. His upper body was bare, and he looked extremely valiant. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and asked, "This is the divine voice stone of the city lord of Jinyuan City. Why isn't he talking to me, but you? Who are you?" "Then who are you?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I am the 6th deacon, one of the 10 deacons of the Blood Hall," the middle-aged man said proudly. "6th deacon," Qin Feiyang murmured and asked, "You seem to be very strong." Haha, when the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. If he wasn't strong, how could he become a deacon of the Blood Hall? This kid must be sick in the head to ask such a stupid question. At the same time, when the city lord saw that Qin Feiyang's attention was on the 6th deacon, his eyes flashed coldly. He took out a dagger and charged at Qin Feiyang. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his hand and the law of lightning appeared. It turned into lightning and instantly drowned the city lord like a tide. Ah! With a miserable cry, the city lord was destroyed on the spot. One had to know that Qin Feiyang was now a lesser sovereign, and the city lord was only a half-step sovereign. To Qin Feiyang, wasn't it a matter of seconds? The 6th deacon witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and a monstrous rage appeared on his face. However, without waiting for him to speak, the phantom disappeared. Because the divine sound transmission stone belonged to the city lord, once the city lord died, the contract bridge was gone, and the conversation was naturally interrupted. Qin Feiyang crushed the divine sound transmission stone and looked at the blood mist floating in the void in front of him. For a moment, his heart was filled with emotions. When he first entered the sky cloud realm, half-step sovereigns were godlike existences. When he saw them, he could only run away. But now, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. The gap was a bit big. It seemed that he indeed had the capital to move unhindered in the sky cloud realm. Looking around again, at this moment, everyone in Jinyuan City, including the 4 city guards, was looking at Qin Feiyang with a horrified expression. The city lord was killed in seconds just like that. And in front of the 6th deacon? Wasn't this a naked provocation? Sure enough, he deserved his reputation. He wasn't afraid of anything. At the same time, Yueqing's eyes were also shining with admiration. Although she had known Qin Feiyang for a long time, it was the first time she saw Qin Feiyang really fight. Not to mention his strength, just his courage alone was admirable. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, looked up at the white-eyed wolf, and said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's end this quickly." "Understood." The white-eyed wolf responded without looking back. The dragon-subduing halberd was a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. Although it could recover on its own, the white-eyed wolf didn't let it use its full strength. It wanted to rely on its own ability to defeat the two. The golden beast phantom was still crazily devouring the blood of the two. The two could clearly feel that their cultivation was on the verge of falling. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. So fast. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up and saw a middle-aged man descending from the void above. It was the 6th deacon. "White-eyed wolf, don't fight anymore. Let's go." Qin Feiyang rushed toward Yuqing and Snowflake without hesitation. Looking at Snowflake, he shouted, "Open the space-time passage quickly." Snowflake shook the void, and a space-time passage suddenly appeared. The white-eyed wolf looked up at the 6th deacon, and then at the 2 dark guards. Its eyes were full of unwillingness. But at this moment, the dragon-subduing halberd swept up the white-eyed wolf and rushed toward the space-time passage at lightning speed. The 6th deacon glanced down and fixed his eyes on Qin Feiyang and the others. He shouted, "Stop them." The 2 dark guards waved their hands, and 8 profound meanings appeared. They rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. "Don't be complacent. I'll take your lives in the future." The white-eyed wolf roared angrily. The crescent moon appeared and blasted toward the two dark guards. This is the supreme profound meaning of the law of death, twilight of the gods. Seeing this, the sixth deacon was dumbfounded. How was this possible? A half-step sovereign vicious beast had actually grasped the highest profundities of the strongest law. Was this a dream? Qin Feiyang and the others rushed into the space-time passage one after another. Boom! At the same time, the waning moon also collided with the 8 profound meanings, and it crushed them as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, the 8 profound meanings bombarded the space-time passage in a frenzy. But at this moment, a blade swept out of the space-time passage, carrying a monstrous power, and blasted toward the 8 profound meanings. This was formed by the dragon-subduing halberd. The 8 profound meanings were finally blocked. The space-time passage quickly closed. Who are they? The sixth deacon came back to his senses and looked at the two dark guards. It was too unbelievable. The supreme profound meaning of the law of death, in the entire Western continent, only the Grand Deacon had mastered it. Sir, didn't you see the dragon-subduing halberd? That man is Qin Feiyang. The two dark guards exclaimed. What? The dragon-subduing halberd? Qin Feiyang? The sixth deacon was stunned. He was really slow to realize. But he couldn't be blamed. When the city lord sent him a message, the divine voice stone was in Qin Feiyang's hands. At that time, the city lord only wanted to sneak attack Qin Feiyang and earn a reward. He didn't tell the sixth deacon that he was Qin Feiyang. That was why he didn't know until now. As for the dragon-subduing halberd, he didn't pay much attention to it because he was shocked by the supreme profound meaning of the law of death. Hurry up and find them. They must be hiding somewhere nearby. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find them. When he came back to his senses, the sixth deacon roared. The two dark guards immediately led the city lord mansion's guards in all directions. Chapter 3297. I didn't expect them to come to such a remote place. The sixth deacon frowned and took out a voice transmission stone. Boom. Soon, a black-robed man appeared. It was the Dark Guard commander. Commander, we found them. The sixth deacon had a respectful expression when he faced the Dark Guard commander. Where are they? The Dark Guard commander asked. Jinyuan City. But they have already escaped. The sixth deacon frowned. Escaped? The Dark Guard commander raised his eyebrows and shouted, What's the matter with you? Didn't I tell you in advance not to alert the enemy when you find them? It's not me. It's your Dark Guard commander. The sixth deacon felt very innocent. Although he was a deacon of the Blood Hall and had a high position, the Dark Guards were not under his jurisdiction. The Dark Guards of the Blood Hall only recognized one person, and that was the Dark Guard commander. You really can't do anything right. The Dark Guard commander shouted angrily. Calm down first. Although they escaped, I guess that they should be hiding near Jinyuan City, so I have already ordered them to search for them. But there is one thing that I find very inconceivable. The sixth deacon said in a deep voice. What is it? The Dark Guard commander was suspicious. Qin Feiyang has a big yellow dog by his side. He actually mastered the supreme profound of the law of death. The sixth deacon said in shock. What? Are you sure you saw the supreme profound of the law of death? The Dark Guard commander also turned pale with fright. I'm sure. The sixth deacon nodded and said, The most important thing is that his cultivation is only at the half-step dominator realm. Half-step dominator realm, the supreme profound of the strongest law, the Dark Guard commander murmured. If it wasn't from the sixth deacon's mouth, he would never believe it. Because it was simply impossible. In the history of the Sky Cloud realm, there had never been such a monster, let alone a fierce beast. Okay. I will go and report to the Hall Master first. The Shadow Guard commander pondered for a while and said something to the sixth deacon. Then, he turned off the holy sound transmission stone. When the Dark Guard commander found the Blood Hall Master and learned that the white-eyed wolf had mastered the ultimacy, the Blood Hall Master was extremely shocked. He immediately ordered the Dark Guard commander to bring people to Jinyuan City. No matter what, they had to find Qin Feiyang. And this time, The focus was no longer on Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. He had to be eliminated. To be able to comprehend a supreme profundity at the half-step sovereign level, if such a talent was allowed to continue growing, he would be a greater threat to the blood hall than Qin Feiyang and the madman. At the same time, Mad Bull Mountain. Qin Feiyang and Yu Qing stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Snowflake and the sky pisser were also floating on the side. The white-eyed wolf, on the other hand, looked annoyed. Look at you. You seem to be at a disadvantage. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. I was at a disadvantage to begin with. The white-eyed wolf roared. Then tell me, how are you at a disadvantage? Qin Feiyang looked puzzled. After fighting with them for so long, I still can't kill them. If that's not a disadvantage, then what is? The white-eyed wolf snorted. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he said in a speechless manner, that's enough. What's their cultivation level and what's your cultivation level? If it were any other half-step dominator, no, even a low-level dominator would be instantly killed by them. That's right. For you to be able to fight with them for so long, you're already very strong. Yu Qing nodded. Don't comfort me. In any case, I'm very injured this time. The white-eyed wolf lay on the ground, his face full of displeasure. Qin Feiyang was helpless. How could he still be injured? Back then, as an initial imperishable realm cultivator, he had fought Nai Xiang, an initial imperishable realm cultivator. He had been forced into a desperate situation and had almost lost his life. Compared to him, what was this ingrate? He really didn't know how to be content. Did he really think that he could rely on a supreme profundity to become invincible in the world? 2 late-stage sovereigns, and also secret guards of the Blood Hall. Not to mention a half-step sovereign, even a late-stage sovereign of the same realm might not be their match. But then again, the white-eyed wolf's second innate ability wasn't very effective. After so long, he still couldn't deprive them of their cultivation. White-eyed wolf, is your second innate ability really useful in the sovereign realm? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. Nonsense. Give me a little more time, and I'll definitely be able to deprive them of a minor realm of cultivation. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. In that case, it's still because the difference in cultivation is too great. So, you should hurry up and cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. No, I want to directly deprive them of their power of law, and it has to be a supreme law. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This guy was too greedy. If he wasn't so greedy, he could really step into the sovereign realm at any time. At that time, although he only grasped the supreme profundity of the death law, he would at least be in existence on the same level as Old High and the others. Coupled with the ancient castle and the slaughter zone, was there any place in the sky cloud realm that they couldn't go? They could be completely unscrupulous. However, it was understandable for the white-eyed wolf to have such thoughts. After all, this kind of innate ability was too rare, and there were only 6 chances to fuse it. If it were Qin Feiyang, he would also prioritize the various supreme laws. Yu Qing, who was at the side, also vaguely understood some of it. She was extremely shocked. Depriving others of their power of law? Could it be that the Wolf King's death law wasn't comprehended by himself, but was instead plundered from others? And what was the second innate ability that could deprive the cultivation of a sovereign realm? What kind of monster was this Wolf King in front of her? No matter what, you're already considered a true heaven-defying battle soul. It's even more powerful than mine. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with envy. Of course. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. These words weren't to comfort the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang was really envious. Although his Eye of Heaven was one of the top 10 heaven-defying battle souls, it didn't seem to be worthy of the word heaven-defying. Because the Eye of Heaven couldn't replicate heaven-defying techniques and artifacts. Of course. Before coming to the Sky Cloud realm, the Eye of Heaven was indeed heaven-defying. It could even be said that once the Eye of Heaven was opened, there was no opponent in the world. However, after entering the Sky Cloud realm, as more and more heaven-defying artifacts emerged, and as more and more profundities appeared, the Eye of Heaven didn't seem to be of much use. Shouldn't a true heaven-defying battle soul be the same as the white-eyed wolf's battle soul and be able to replicate anything? The 6-word divine art was evolving. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul was also evolving. Was it time for his fighting soul to evolve? However, he believed that since it was called a heaven-defying battle soul, it would shine sooner or later. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Let's move first. This place is too close to Jinyuan City. We can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, we'll be found by the Blood Palace sooner or later. Where are we going? Do you know the Western continent? Do you know where it's safe and where it's not? The white-eyed wolf rolled its eyes at him. Qin Feiyang heard this and felt a little awkward. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the dragon subduing halberd. How could he forget about this guy? It used to be Old Hai's divine artifact, so its understanding of the Western continent must be better than Xing Da. I'm really stupid. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and felt very vexed. Qin Dage, why are you scolding yourself for no reason? Yu Qing looked at him suspiciously. My brain is rusty. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. You're the one who's rusty. Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf and looked at the dragon subduing halberd. Tell me, which part of the Western continent is safer? At this time, the dragon subduing halberd pondered for a while and said, I personally think that no place is safe because the Blood Palace must be searching for you all in the Western continent. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, we can't generalize everything. Sometimes, the most dangerous place is undoubtedly the safest place. The dragon subduing halberd said again. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought for a while and said in surprise, You mean, the 9-Dragon Mountain Range? That's right. Now that the Blood Palace knows that you're around Jinyuan City, their main search area will be around Jinyuan City. We might as well do the opposite and go to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Because they won't expect us to go to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range at this time. Of course. It's impossible for us to really step into the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. After all, the Sky Dragon Mountain Range is the Blood Palace's territory. If we're discovered, it'll be harder for us to escape. We'll hide near the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. The dragon subduing halberd said. Okay. Give me the coordinates. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's go to Maple Valley. There aren't many fierce beasts there and they're not very strong. Even if they discover us, we can get rid of them immediately. The dragon subduing halberd said and gave Qin Feiyang the coordinates. Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at Snowflake and smiled. Snowflake immediately opened a spacetime passage. Then, Qin Feiyang and the others retracted their auras and stepped into the passage. In just a moment, they appeared in a valley. The valley was about a few miles long and there were patches of maple trees. The fiery red leaves made the valley look like a sea of fire. Qin Feiyang immediately looked around and didn't see any fierce beasts. There were only a few Eternal Realm beasts. However, they hid their auras, so the fierce beasts didn't discover them. Outside the Maple Valley is the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. You can see it clearly if you stand on the top of the mountain in front. The dragon subduing halberd said. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that the Maple Valley was surrounded by mountains. The mountain in front of them was more than 1,000 feet high and was covered with dense maple trees. They looked like young girls in fiery robes swaying in the wind. Let's go up and have a look. Qin Feiyang took a step and landed on the top of the mountain. The Yu Qing and the white-eyed wolf, the two incredible divine artifacts, followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang looked at the top of the mountain and walked toward the cliff in front. When he reached the cliff, his field of vision suddenly widened. In front of him was a stretch of mountains and rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Numerous enormous peaks towered into the sky like dragons and tigers, and they emitted a majestic aura that shook one's heart. Chapter 3298. In the mountains, old trees were rooted and ferocious beasts were everywhere. Rapid rivers ran from north to south and disciples of the Blood Hall could be seen from time to time. Strange. Suddenly, the weapon spirit of the dragon subduing halberd muttered. What's strange? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at it suspiciously. Look at the edge of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range below. The weapon spirit said. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf and Yuqing looked down. Soon, they found something strange in front of a mountain on the left side below. There were 10 black-robed men, who were obviously the dark guards of the blood hall. They were divided into 2 rows, each with 5 people standing straight, but there was a distance between them. No one was guarding here before. And it's meaningless to guard here. Because if you really want to enter the Sky Dragon mountain range, you can just teleport in or sneak in from other places. After all, this is not the only way. The weapon spirit of the dragon subduing halberd whispered. Whoosh. Not long after the voice sounded. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, several disciples of the Blood Hall flew out from the Sky Dragon mountain range and landed in front of the 10 men. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Dark Guards. Are we going out?" One of the Dark Guards asked. "Yes. We have to go out for a while." The disciples of the Blood Hall nodded respectfully. The Dark Guard immediately released his divine sense and shrouded the disciples of the Blood Hall. He also took out his Heaven's Eye stone and checked them one by one. After confirming that there was no problem, one of the Dark Guards took out a token and pressed it in the void behind him. Buzz. Immediately, a light curtain appeared between the 10 men and then a light door quickly opened. "This is a special time, be careful," the Dark Guard warned. "Yes." The disciples of the Blood Hall responded respectfully and stepped into the light door one after another. They then rose into the air and quickly went away. There's a light curtain between them. Yuqing suddenly realized. No. This is not just a light curtain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked up at the 9-Dragon mountain range. He said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that the entire 9-Dragon mountain range is now covered in a giant barrier." That should be the case. In other words, this is the only entrance and exit. 10 hidden guards, 5 inside the barrier and 5 outside. They are all Paragon sovereigns. Furthermore, we also need their identity plates in order to open the spirit formation, said the weapon spirit of the dragon subduing halberd. Whoosh. Another moment passed. More than a dozen Bloodhall disciples flew in from the outside. The 5 secret guards outside the barrier released their divine senses to search again. Suddenly, one of the secret guards frowned. He looked at one of the disciples and asked, "You have a spatial divine item?" "Yes." The disciple nodded. "I want to go in and check," the secret guard said. The disciple didn't resist. Of course, he didn't dare to resist. He obediently accepted the inspection. When the shadow guard walked out of the spatial divine object, he looked at the shadow guard holding the token inside the barrier and nodded. "No problem." At this moment, the secret guard with the token opened the barrier and allowed the disciples to enter the Heavenly Dragon mountain range. Even spatial divine objects have to be inspected. This is too strict. There's no other way. Who asked Qin Feiyang to be so cunning? If the secret guard didn't do this, he might swagger in front of us. The key is that we don't know that the person standing in front of us is Qin Feiyang. So, bear with it. When Qin Feiyang is caught, the barrier will naturally be removed. The disciples whispered a few words and then dispersed and disappeared into the depths of the mountain range. On the top of the mountain, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. Fortunately, they didn't decide to sneak into the blood hall at that time. Otherwise, no matter how well they hid, they would be found out. This defense was too terrifying. Even spatial divine objects had to be checked inside. It could be said that even a mosquito couldn't fly in now. Now, let's just stay outside and find a way to let Pei Wanli come out by himself. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Although it was a waste of energy and time, there was no other way. In short, before taking action against the Blood Hall, they must first rescue the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor. Otherwise, they would definitely be restrained and might even kill the two. Little Qin Zi, don't forget, there are still the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. The white-eyed wolf reminded. Qin Feiyang was stunned, patted his head, and smiled bitterly. "If you didn't mention it, I really would have neglected it." When the Mermaid Emperor and the other 3 left, they brought along the 2 ancestors' heaven-defying divine artifacts, the purple gold dragon ball, the broken sword, the thieving heaven realm, and the 1,000 Phoenix Mountain. These 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were either in the hands of the Ice Dragon or the Blood Hall. Right. The White-Winged Emperor and the Sword Emperor definitely knew. Immediately, he sent a sound transmission to the Sword Emperor, Senior Sword Emperor, who has the 2 ancestors' heaven-defying divine artifacts now. It was snatched away by the Ice Dragon. Soon. The Sword Emperor's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. This bastard, it's just a low-level heaven-defying divine artifact, it's interested in it. Qin Feiyang said in annoyance. When he kidnapped us, we used these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts to counterattack, so he took them away. I guess it's not worth much in his eyes. The Sword Emperor said. Even if it's not worth much, we have to get it back. There's also Chang Shui. We must not leave it in their hands like this. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands. Although Chang Shui's performance in the past was not very strong now, one had to know that this was his companion divine artifact. Just like the ancient castle, it was definitely not as simple as it looked before. After observing for a while, Qin Feiyang brought everyone into the Black Tortoise realm. This is your space divine artifact. It's too big. Yu Qing looked around in surprise. It's all right. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This is what you call all right? You're too modest. Yu Qing smiled bitterly. She had never seen such a large space divine artifact. Especially the medicinal herbs and resources here, it was comparable to a divine treasury. Pai Lupi. Qin Feiyang called out. Whoosh. A figure flashed over like lightning and landed beside Qin Feiyang. Seeing that he had brought another beautiful woman, Pai Lupi felt a myriad of emotions. The Lord Sovereign was too charming. Pai Lupi, arrange a place for Yu Qing to stay. Qin Feiyang smiled and instructed, then transmitted, keep an eye on her and don't let her leave the demonic land. Also, don't tell her anything about the Black Tortoise realm. Pai Lupi's heart trembled. It seemed that the Lord Sovereign did not trust this woman very much. He bowed and said, yes. Miss, please follow me. Then, he looked at Yu Qing and made an inviting gesture, then walked toward a courtyard not far away. Won't it be dangerous to leave her here? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Don't worry, I've already warned Pai Lupi. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at the dragon subduing halberd. He asked, you've been with Old Hai for so long, so you should know about the situation between Old Hai and the Bloodhall Master, right? I know a little. The dragon subduing halberd replied. Does the Bloodhall Master have any other children other than his grandson, Pei Wanli? Especially those who care a lot about him? Qin Feiyang asked. This, the dragon subduing halberd pondered for a while and said, the Bloodhall Master has a son and a daughter called Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu. They both hold important positions in the Bloodhall. Pei Dason, Pei Hongyu, Qin Feiyang murmured and asked, how strong are they? They've already reached the perfection sovereign realm, but they haven't comprehended the strongest law or the highest profound. In terms of strength, they're considered ordinary among the perfection sovereign realm. As for their positions in the Blood Hall, they're the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master of the Resource Hall. In other words, the entire Blood Hall. No, the entire Western continent's resources are under their control. For example, they're in charge of all the major cities and trading places in the Western continent. The dragon subduing halberd said. It's indeed an important position. Qin Feiyang sneered. Isn't that obvious? Keep the goodies within the family. Things like resources must be given to the most trusted and closest people. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Pei Wanli is Pei Dason's son and only son. Therefore, not only Pei Dason, but even the Bloodhall Master, as his grandfather, loves him very much. The dragon subduing halberd said. Only son? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, what about Pei Hongyu? I heard that Pei Hongyu used to have a daughter, but, at this point, the dragon subduing halberd hesitated. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at it suspiciously. It's like this. Pei Hongyu did give birth to a daughter, but I heard that she met with a disaster not long after she was born and died. The dragon subduing halberd said. Died? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and asked, how did she die? I don't know about that. I rarely hear them mention this matter. In short, every time I see Pei Hongyu, she has a sad look on her face. The dragon subduing halberd said. I know. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. What do you know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It must be that the Blood Hall Master has done too many immoral things and suffered retribution. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Nonsense. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, that is to say, in this generation of the Pei family, Pei Wanli is the only son? Yes. The dragon subduing halberd answered. That's good. The only son must care a lot. The white-eyed wolf laughed evilly. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes and he asked, what about Elder Hai? Old Hai only has a single son. However, this son of his, he has two. But Elder Hai's two grandsons. In the end, they are just like Pei Wanli. They are spoiled and don't live up to expectations, which makes Elder Hai very dissatisfied. Of course, this can't deny Elder Hai's love and care for them. The dragon subduing halberd said. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked, what are their names? One is called Hai Chengji, and the other is called Hai Chengliang. As for their cultivation, before the last exchange meeting, when I saw them, they were only at the inextinguishable realm. The dragon subduing halberd said. Then do you know where they might be hiding now? Qin Feiyang asked. In the past, they often hung around outside. But now, it's obvious that they're all obediently staying in the blood hall. The dragon subduing halberd smiled. Looks like I'll have two more targets now. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then looked at the snowflake and the dragon subduing halberd and said, don't do anything now. Go to the land of origin first. Okay. The two divine artifacts answered and went straight to the sky. Besides the dragon subduing halberd, the crimson fire armor, the demon dragon sword, the Chilean divine sword, the ghost armor, and the white phoenix divine sword were also in the land of origin. Now, there were 20 or 30 divine artifacts in the land of origin. There were 3 supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifacts. Almost all of the others had evolved into legendary divine artifacts. Only the heaven-defying divine artifacts that he had snatched from Zhong Santian and the others were still at the pinnacle level. Qin Feiyang didn't ask for much. There were so many divine artifacts. As long as 2 or 3 of them could evolve into dominator divine weapons in the end, it would be enough. Chapter 3299. If others knew about this idea, they would be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. 2 divine artifacts evolving into dominator divine weapons? You must be dreaming. 1 sovereign weapon was enough to create a superforce, let alone 2 or 3. If there were so many sovereign weapons, wouldn't they be invincible? For example, the Blood Palace. With the addition of the Dragon God Sword and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword, as well as the Horsetail Whisk, it could be said that no force in the entire Sky Cloud realm dared to compete with the Blood Palace. The Demon Palace was the best example. Last time, the Blood Palace Master brought a group of giants to the Demon Palace in public. If it was before, the Demon Palace would never let it go. What right do you have to bring people to my Demon Palace to act like a tyrant? But in the end, the Demon Palace didn't fight back because the Blood Palace had 3 sovereign weapons. Similarly, if they didn't have the Dragon God Sword and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword, the Blood Palace wouldn't have the guts to blatantly run to the Demon Palace. At the same time, the Demon Palace tried to be on good terms with Qin Feiyang because Qin Feiyang had a sovereign weapon. Moreover, Qin Feiyang himself also mastered a divine art that could compete with a sovereign weapon. This was equivalent to 2 sovereign weapons. Therefore, as long as the Demon Palace fought with Qin Feiyang, the Blood Palace wouldn't dare to attack the Eastern Continent even if they had 3 sovereign weapons. And the reason why the Divine Palace and the Sacred Palace didn't intervene in the grudge between Qin Feiyang and the Blood Palace in the last exchange was also because of this. They were afraid of offending Qin Feiyang and the Blood Palace, so they might as well play their part and be a foil to watch the performance of Qin Feiyang and the Blood Palace. In short, the appearance of a sovereign weapon could directly affect the situation in the Sky Cloud realm. In fact, the Blood Palace was also quite unlucky. With 3 sovereign weapons, they were fully qualified to be the boss of the Sky Cloud realm. It was definitely not enough to rule the Sky Cloud realm. After all, the Demon Palace, the Sacred Palace, and the Sacred Palace weren't stupid. If the Blood Palace wanted to rule the Sky Cloud realm, then the three forces would form an alliance and fight the Blood Palace. Unfortunately, because of the appearance of Qin Fei Yang, the Blood Hall not only failed to become the leader of the Sky Cloud realm, but also fell into a state of disrepute. If he was even more like a rat crossing the street, everyone would spurn him. Then again, if it weren't for Qin Fei Yang, the Blood Hall wouldn't have been able to obtain the Celestial Dragon Godsword and Ice Dragon Sacred Sword. Next. Before Xing Die returned, Qin Fei Yang entered the ancient castle to comprehend the laws of force, war, and wind. As for the law of light, it had to be put aside for the time being. This was because the laws of strength, the laws of war, and the laws of wind were all related to the six-word divine formula. The return formula, the law of force. The battle symbol formula, the law of war. The movement character art, the law of wind. Through the verification of the kill symbol art and the law of slaughter, it was now certain that the three great divine arts were closely related to the power of law. As such, he definitely had to pay special attention to the three great laws. Once he comprehended the fifth profundity of these three laws, the return, battle, and attainment formulas would all be upgraded to supreme-grade heaven-defying divine arts. How good would that be? Therefore, the law of light naturally had to be put aside. As for the laws of war, the laws of force, and the laws of wind, they weren't very rare. Last time, when Elder Hui, the Vice-Alliance leader, the Hall of Famers, Chu Yun, and the Devil Hall Master were in the Black Tortoise world, they had all explained it. Qin Fei Yang was also listening the entire time, so there were many things that he could understand with just a little bit of thought. However, it didn't mean that after listening to the explanation, success would follow naturally. If that was the case, then wouldn't there be as many Perfection Dominator realm experts as dogs? The explanation was just an overview. The key points still had to be found by oneself. In the blink of an eye. Black Tortoise World, 5,000 years had passed. Boom. On this day, a shocking murderous aura rushed out from the ancient castle. Following closely, a blood-colored giant sword appeared out of nowhere, and a terrifying murderous aura enveloped the Devil's Land, shocking everyone. This is the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter, heaven punishing. Yi Tian walked out of the courtyard, his eyes filled with envy. Ha ha, accompanied by an arrogant laughter, Madman rushed out of the ancient castle and stood in the air above the ancient castle, his aura crazily rising. Boom. In just a few breaths, his aura broke through the shackles of Initial Dominator and stepped into the ranks of Initial Dominator. So it's him. Sigh. Compared to these two guys, I, the number one genius of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, is really a joke. Yi Tian shook his head. Before Qin Fei Yang and Madman appeared, he still felt that he was not bad, and that he was worthy of the title of genius. But now, looking at Qin Fei Yang and Madman who were constantly growing, the pride in his heart had disappeared. So-called geniuses were nothing but a joke. However, he also knew that these two monsters couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes at all. If he were to really compare with them, sooner or later he would lose all confidence. So, he was just envious. There weren't many emotions like jealousy. As for confidence, he definitely couldn't lose it. If he lost his confidence, it would be terrible. Once his confidence was gone, his life would be over. In short, he couldn't compare with the top, but he was more than enough to compare with the bottom. There was no need to compare with these two monsters. From this point, it could be seen that Yi Tian's temperament was indeed not bad. Old Qin, I have also broken through, where are you? Come out and spar with me. Madman was in high spirits. Right now, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Even the true genius disciples of Demon Hall, Blood Hall, Deity Hall, and Sky Hall, he didn't care about them, except for Qin Fei Yang. In his eyes, among the younger generation, only Qin Fei Yang was worthy of being his brother and opponent. However, facing Madman's clamor, Qin Fei Yang didn't want to pay attention to him at all. So what if he broke through? What was there to be proud of? It was as if no one had broken through before. Boring. Madman put away the law of slaughter and glanced below. His gaze suddenly fell on Yi Tian as he chuckled. You actually stayed in the Black Tortoise world? Can't I? Yi Tian pursed his lips. Sure. But cultivating every day is boring. Come, let's spar and add some spice to our lives. Madman laughed and the law of slaughter suddenly emerged as he charged towards Yi Tian. Spar with you? Are you stupid or am I stupid? Yi Tian rolled his eyes and directly turned to enter the wooden building. Hey, didn't you ask old Qin to tell me to spar with you? Now I'm looking for you, but you don't agree. What's the meaning of this? Madman's expression stiffened as he hurriedly shouted. Yi Tian, who had just entered the wooden building, paused his footsteps. After pondering for a while, he turned and walked into the courtyard. That's true, we should end this. Great. Madman laughed. Before they even started, his fighting spirit was already boiling as he said, here or somewhere else. Yi Tian glanced at the Devil's Land, thought for a while, and said, let's go somewhere else. Okay. Then let's go to the western region. There's no one there. Even if you lose, it won't be a shame. Madman laughed and looked at the ancient castle below as he shouted, Old Qin, come out and send us to the western region. Qin Feiyang strode out of the ancient castle and looked at Yi Tian from afar. With a wave of his hand, the two disappeared without a trace. He didn't follow. Yi Tian was also a person who cared about his face, so no matter if he won or lost, he didn't want others to know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked to go somewhere else. They want to fight one-on-one? At this time, the white-eyed wolf ran over with a jar of Xuanwu divine wine and asked. En. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then why are you still standing here? Let's go and take a look. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of excitement. What's there to see? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and frowned. I'm most worried about Xingda. Why hasn't he contacted me yet? Don't worry. 2,000 years in the Black Tortoise world is only 5 days outside. The white-eyed wolf drank a mouthful of the divine wine and waved his paws. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He probably wouldn't be able to find anything in 5 days. Wait. The white-eyed wolf suddenly frowned, turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely, and asked, have you established a contract with Xingda? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No, how do you want him to contact you? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang said, although I don't, Yi Tian must have established a contract with him. If he can't contact me, he will naturally contact Yi Tian. Yes. Brother, how could I forget about this? The white-eyed wolf patted his head. I think you drank too much and your brain short-circuited. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. All he knew was to drink Xuanwu divine wine. Fortunately, the 5-clawed golden dragon and the other drunkards were in seclusion to comprehend the profound laws. Otherwise, the Xuanwu divine wine that was brewed would not be enough for these guys to squander. About half an hour later, Yi Tian and Madman returned with many wounds on their bodies. Obviously, when they were sparring, Madman suppressed his cultivation. But after this battle, the relationship between the two seemed to have changed, because there was a trace of bright smile on their faces. Look at you two, you went to fight, and you actually developed feelings for each other. The white-eyed wolf looked at the two in astonishment. What do you know? Yi Tian and I appreciate each other and regret that we didn't meet earlier. Madman glanced at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. Appreciate each other? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and sneered. I think it's more like you two are birds of a feather. How about it? Who won? It's none of your business, don't ask. Madman waved his hand. Still want to keep it a secret? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not answer and only smiled faintly. From the expression of the two, it was impossible to tell who won and who lost. However, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the white-eyed wolf, they both leaned towards Madman. That was because they all knew Madman and Yi Tian's strength very well. Especially Qin Feiyang, who had fought against Yi Tian before. So, in terms of winning rate, even if Madman had suppressed his cultivation, his chances of winning would still be greater. But there were always accidents. What if Yi Tian still had other tricks up his sleeve? After all, Yi Tian was not an ordinary person. So, the two did not say it personally, so it was hard to judge. However, from the smile on their faces, Winning or losing was no longer important. Just as the ingrate had said, the two of them had gained a rare friendship through this competition. Chapter 3300. Just as Yi Tian was about to return to his courtyard, Qin Feiyang suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Yi Tian turned around and looked at him in confusion. Can you help me contact Xing Da and ask him where he is now? Qin Feiyang said. Yi Tian nodded and took out the divine voice stone. However, after activating the divine voice stone, Xing Da still did not reply. What's going on? Yi Tian could not help but frown. Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, and mad scientist looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Let me try again. Yi Tian looked at the two people and the wolf and said. He then sent a few more messages to Xing Da, but the results were the same. This doesn't make sense. Every time I send a message to Xing Da, he always replies immediately. Yi Tian's brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, his expression changed. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the ingrate. He asked in surprise, could it be that something happened to the criminal investigation unit? This, the two people and the wolf could not help but feel their hearts sink. If this was the Eastern continent, there would definitely be no accidents. However, this was the Western continent, the Bloodhall's territory. Once Xing Da's whereabouts were exposed, he would definitely be hunted down by the Bloodhall. Yi Tian pondered for a while and looked at the two people and the wolf. Let's not scare ourselves first. He might have encountered some situation and is temporarily unable to reply to us. That's right. Xing Da has the strength of a peak sovereign. Even if he encounters the Bloodhall's people, he will definitely be able to protect himself. Moreover, his contract bridge is still there. At least he is still alive. Mad scientist nodded. Then let's wait a little longer. Xing Da was the person that Master trusted the most. Although Master would not blame him if something happened to Xing Da, he would blame himself. Therefore, nothing must happen to him. Next, Qin Feiyang was no longer in the mood to cultivate. He left the Black Tortoise realm alone and stood at the peak of a mountain. He concealed his aura and looked at the Nine-Dragon mountain range from afar. Time passed day by day. On the 10th day, Qin Feiyang secretly asked Yi Tian. Yi Tian told him that he still could not contact Xing Da. What's going on? Qin Feiyang could not help but feel irritated. Did Xing accidentally fall into the Bloodhall's hands? But that's not right. If Xing had really fallen into the Bloodhall's hands, then the Bloodhall would definitely try to contact him. They wouldn't be so quiet. That's right. These days, the Nine-Dragon mountain range was relatively quiet. Except for the disciples of the Blood Palace, none of the important figures of the Blood Palace showed up. Even the commander of the Dark Guards who had gone to Jinyuan City was nowhere to be seen. No. I have to return to Mad Bull Mountain to take a look. Evening. Qin Feiyang couldn't sit still anymore. He called Snowflake out and said in a deep voice, let's go to Mad Bull Mountain. Brother Qin, Chief Xing has sent a message back. But at this moment, Yi Tian's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and quickly asked, did you tell him that we're in Maple Leaf Valley? Yes. He also knows the location of Maple Valley and is on his way. However, according to him, his current location is very far from Maple Valley and he will only arrive at Maple Valley in the early morning. Yi Tian said. So far. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, then send him a message now and ask him to give me the coordinates. I'll go pick him up. Okay. Yi Tian responded. After a while, he said he's waiting for you at 7 Tigers Mountain. And told Qin Feiyang the coordinates. Got it. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. He looked at Snowflake and said with a smile, I'm not going to Mad Bull Mountain. I'm going to 7 Tigers Mountain. 7 Tigers Mountain. This was a giant mountain that was tens of thousands of feet high. At the top of the giant mountain, there were 7 short peaks that were more than 100 feet high. Each of them was shaped like a giant tiger, so it was called 7 Tigers Mountain. On one of the peaks, a middle-aged man stood at the edge of the cliff. There was no aura around his body. Like a ghost, he blended into the night. This person was Chief Xing, who had been missing for 10 days. However, at this moment, there was a trace of excitement on his face. Suddenly, in the sky, a space-time passage silently appeared. Following closely, a white-clothed young man walked out. He was also like a ghost, and no aura could be felt from him. "Young master, I'm here." Chief Xing hurriedly waved his hand at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and saw that Chief Xing was unharmed. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he took a step forward and landed in front of Chief Xing. He frowned and said, "What happened? I kept sending you messages, but you didn't reply." Chief Xing smiled embarrassedly and said in a low voice, "I threw the divine sound transmission stone into the spatial divine item, so I didn't notice." Spatial divine item? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Spatial divine items shouldn't be too rare for people at my level, right? Chief Xing smiled. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. It was normal for a perfection dominator to have a spatial divine item. Then, he asked doubtfully, "Then why did you throw the divine sound transmission stone into the spatial divine item?" "To tell you the truth, I was afraid that someone would send me messages," Chief Xing said. "Did something happen?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Otherwise, why would he be afraid that someone would send him messages? "Yes. These days, I've been asking around a lot of things, such as Pei Wanli and Old Hai's 2 grandsons." Chief Xing nodded. "Hai Chengji, Hai Chengliang." Qin Feiyang smiled. "How did you know?" Chief Xing was stunned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We neglected the dragon subduing halberd. It's Old Hai's divine item, so it must know about the Blood Palace's situation." "Yes." Chief Xing smiled in astonishment. He really didn't think about the dragon subduing halberd. He then said, "Then, does it know where Pei Wanli and the others are now?" "We've discussed it and agreed that they're all in the Blood Palace. After all, the Blood Palace is currently the safest place for them." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Wrong." Chief Xing shook his head. "Wrong?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes." Chief Xing nodded and was about to explain. "Wait a moment. I'll get Senior Brother Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf to come out first so that you don't have to explain to them again later." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf appeared out of thin air. "Little Frenzy, this aura of yours." Chief Xing looked at the Frenzy in shock. "Hee hee. Why don't we compete as well?" The Frenzy grinned. "Us?" Chief Xing shook his head speechlessly. "What a battle maniac." He then said, "Your progress is getting more and more frightening. Even if there was a 1-day or 1,000 years time array, it shouldn't be so fast." Why was that? Indeed, the time array was just one aspect. For Qin Feiyang and the others, the gate of potential was their greatest reliance. After opening the gate of potential, their comprehension and potential would be countless times stronger than others. Naturally, their comprehension of laws would be faster than others. However, things like the potential pill couldn't be revealed for the time being. Because in terms of value, the potential pill was even more valuable than a sovereign weapon. "Wait a minute." Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly froze. Elder Hue, Chu Yun, and the Devil Hall's Hall Master had traveled the entire Black Tortoise world and learned about his past. Then, they should know about the existence of the potential pill, right? Because in the Black Tortoise world, the potential pill wasn't a secret. There were many such pills in the divine treasury. And in the past few years, many people in the Black Tortoise world had obtained the potential pill from the divine treasury. Therefore, Elder Hue and the others should know about it by now. But why didn't they mention it to him? Logically speaking, when they found out that the Black Tortoise world had pills that could open the gate of potential, they should immediately associate it with the alchemy scripture and raise their doubts to Qin Feiyang. But why didn't they say anything? No. This matter needs to be investigated. Qin Feiyang immediately ordered Pai Lupi and Theta Wang to investigate this matter. If Elder Hue and the others had really inquired about the potential pill in the Black Tortoise world, then with Pai Lupi and Theta Wang's status and influence in the Black Tortoise world, it would be easy for them to find out. "Young master, what's wrong?" Xing Da looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. When the White-Eyed Wolf and Madman heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang. As expected, their complexion wasn't good. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Speak. Logically speaking, the blood hall is indeed the safest place, but for Pei Wanli and the others, it's also the most dangerous place. Xing Da said. The most dangerous place? The two people and one wolf looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. That's right. Think about it, when we came to the Western continent, what was our goal? Xing Da asked. It's definitely the blood hall. The white-eyed wolf said without hiding anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people and one wolf revealed a look of realization. So that's the case. That's right. Their goal was the blood hall. If they brought the sovereign divine weapon and directly charged into the blood hall, it would definitely be a bloodbath. If Pei Wanli and the others stayed in the blood hall, it would naturally be dangerous. Therefore, although the blood hall seemed safe, it was actually the most dangerous place. Actually, at the beginning, I didn't think of this point and thought that they were all in the blood hall. However, when I found Wang Dafu and heard his analysis, I suddenly realized something. A rare trace of a smile appeared on Xing Da's face. Wang Dafu? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who was this? Oh right, I haven't told you. This Wang Dafu is a member of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. However, he has been hiding in the Western continent to investigate the blood hall. Xing Da said. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Don't underestimate this Wang Dafu. He's very strong. He's a great perfection sovereign. However, he usually keeps a low profile, so the people in the blood hall didn't pay much attention to him. Moreover, he seems to be very loyal to the blood hall on the surface. He even has a good relationship with Old Hai. Xing Da laughed. He's that powerful. Qin Feiyang, Xing Da, and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. A spy of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance actually had a good relationship with Old Hai. This method was really extraordinary. At the same time, all the spies of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the Western continent are under Wang Dafu's command. In short, he's the leader here. Everyone under him has to listen to him. This Wang Dafu has another identity that you probably wouldn't even dream of. Even in our Rogue Cultivator Alliance, only Xing Da, and I know about it. Xing Da said. So mysterious. What's his identity? The two people and the wolf looked at him curiously. Chapter 3301. Xing Da looked at Qin Feiyang and said, he's your master's sworn brother, which means he's your martial uncle. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was actually his master's sworn brother? That was indeed amazing. Wait a minute. Since Wang Dafu is Old Yi's sworn brother, doesn't that mean he also knows about Old Yi's rebellion? If he knows, then is he colluding with the blood hall? Madman suddenly asked. Wang Dafu indeed knows. However, Lord Vice Alliance Leader held back. In the past, although Lord Vice Alliance Leader cooperated with the blood hall, Lord Vice Alliance Leader didn't really trust the blood hall. Thus, Lord Vice Alliance Leader never mentioned his relationship with Wang Dafu to the blood hall. Lord Vice Alliance Leader and Wang Dafu became sworn brothers when they were young. Wang Dafu wasn't a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the past and didn't appear in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance afterward. Thus, those who aren't familiar with them wouldn't be able to verify their relationship. Xing Da said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Therefore, you guys don't have to worry about Wang Dafu. He's someone you can absolutely trust. Lord Vice Alliance Leader has already sent him a message, telling him about our situation. He also expressed that he will support us unconditionally. Xing Da said. That's good. The two men and one wolf heaved a sigh of relief. After we found Wang Dafu, after a discussion, he directly made a bold guess. Pei Wanli and the others might not be in the blood hall. Because our target is our target, the outside world will become the safest place. Therefore, these people are most likely hiding in a remote place. Thus, Wang Dafu got his subordinates to investigate. At the same time, we were afraid that the spies of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance might not be enough. Thus, we contacted Dong Xiaoyun, and the two of us joined forces to conduct a secret investigation in the Western land. Xing Da said. Who is Dong Xiaoyun? Madman was doubtful. Dong Xiaoyun is from the Demon Hall. Like Wang Dafu, he's in charge here. Xing Da explained. I see. I didn't expect the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall to actually join forces. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Isn't this all because of you guys? Otherwise, how could there be such a harmonious scene now? Similarly, we also have to thank Dong Xiaoyun because the Devil Hall's influence here is much greater than our Rogue Cultivator alliances. Xing Dao. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, and then? Pei Wanli and the others are really well hidden. After searching for 2 or 3 days, I couldn't find any trace of them at all. Even I want to give up. After that, Wang Dafu, Dong Xiaoyun, and I got together and discussed it. Wang Dafu suggested that we should just stop searching and wait. As Boss Xing spoke, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. It seemed that Wang Dafu's suggestion was very wise. How? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Have all of our subordinates enter the various towns and cities to keep watch. Even if it's an unknown town, we can't let it go. Because Wang Dafu suggested that it was impossible for a playboy like Pei Wanli to hide forever. He would soon lose his patience and run out of town to seek pleasure. As expected, on the night of the 4th day, someone reported that they saw Pei Wanli, Hai Chengji, and Hai Chengliang in a small town. Boss Xing's eyes flickered. They're really outside. Qin Feiyang, Dong Xiaoyun, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other in dismay. This Wang Dafu was truly an expert. Especially when it came to the characters of playboys, he was incomparably thorough. After that, our men followed Pei Wanli and the others and entered a large mountain. There were more than a dozen households there. Then, Wang Dafu, Dong Xiaoyun, and I personally went there and hid in the vicinity for several days. Finally, we confirmed their identities. Blood Hall's Hall Master, Old Hai, and the families of the great deacons were all there. Boss Xing laughed. They were all there. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Even the great deacon's widow was there. However, people like Pei Hongyu and Pei Dason were all perfection sovereigns and had many secret guards protecting them. Therefore, we didn't dare to act rashly. We first came back to report to you and ask you to make a decision. Boss Xing said. The heavens are really helping me. Bro, well done. Qin Feiyang patted Boss Xing's shoulder with a face full of joy. He originally thought that Boss Xing might have encountered a mishap, but he didn't expect him to bring back such great news. Brother. Boss Xing was stunned and quickly shook his head. You can't do that. I said you can do it, so you can do it. This is a great merit. When I return, I'll definitely tell Master and let him reward you handsomely. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others were really cunning. They actually moved all their families out. However, it was proven that his men were still a step ahead. Qin Feiyang really wanted to meet this Wang Dafu. How could there be such a shrewd person? He was simply a divine foresight. Forget about the reward. I can be where I am today because of the Vice Alliance Master. Moreover, this is all thanks to Wang Dafu and Dong Xiaoyun. I'm just basking in their glory. Boss Xing shook his head. Where are Wang Dafu and Dong Xiaoyun now? I'm very interested in them. Qin Feiyang asked. What a coincidence. They're also interested in you and told me to tell you that no matter what, you have to make a trip to Rich's restaurant to meet them. Boss Xing Rich's restaurant. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Rich's restaurant is the largest restaurant in the Western land. It can be found in all major cities, and the owner of Rich's restaurant is Wang Dafu. Boss Xing smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, it was Wang Dafu who took the initiative to contact me. Because there's a Rich's restaurant in Jinyuan City. At that time in Jinyuan City, the Wolf King fought with the 2 secret guards and exposed our identities. At that time, the housemaster of the Fugue Tower in Jinyuan City was among the crowd. He saw us with his own eyes and reported to Wang Dafu. Boss Xing, in other words, the owners of Rich's restaurant in all major cities are from our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Qin Feiyang asked. En. Boss Xing nodded. Amazing. All right, let's go to Rich's restaurant now. Give it the coordinates. Qin Feiyang pointed to Xue Xue, who was at the side. What about Pei Wanli and the others? Boss Xing was doubtful. It won't take long. Besides, with the secret guards protecting them, I can't kill my way indirectly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't you have the slaughter domain and the ancient castle? Boss Xing asked. You still don't know the temper of a sovereign divine weapon? It's not something I can control. It will only act when the other party has a sovereign divine weapon. As for the slaughter domain, it hasn't been long since I activated the slaughter domain on White Crane Island. Although the blood of the Western Land can allow me to activate it once more, we have to be prepared. What if something happens at that time? So, just in case, I have to gather enough blood to activate the slaughter domain twice before I can act without restraint. And it's best if it's before midnight. Because it can be activated before midnight, it can be activated again after midnight. In other words, it can be activated twice consecutively. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. In other words, you can only activate the slaughter domain once a day? Boss Xing asked. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. That's true. After all, the slaughter domain is too heaven-defying. If it can be activated at any time, wouldn't it be invincible? Boss Xing smiled bitterly. Even if it can be activated at any time, how can I find so much blood? You don't know how much blood is needed to activate the slaughter domain, especially during the battle with the sovereign divine weapon. If it weren't for the creatures of the Black Tortoise world who selflessly contributed their blood, I wouldn't have the chance to activate the slaughter domain. Therefore, I won't allow anyone to have any ideas about the Black Tortoise world, and I won't allow anyone to harm the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. They have helped me too much. Qin Feiyang sighed. Without the creatures of the Black Tortoise world, he wouldn't be who he was today. Whether it was humans or beasts, they had given him a new lease of life. It could be said that the kindness he owed them was something he couldn't repay in his lifetime. Therefore, he could only use his life to protect everyone. If someone insisted on killing them, they would have to step over his dead body first. Hearing these words, Boss Xing finally understood why so many people and ferocious beasts followed Qin Feiyang so wholeheartedly. There was no exploitation, no deception, only true feelings. Facing those who had helped him, he would think of ways to repay them. Heart to heart. Love to spread love. This was the way this kid handled things. Thinking back to the vice leader, he really made a wise decision this time. He decisively turned around and turned over a new leaf. Otherwise, where else could he find such a responsible disciple who also knew how to be grateful? Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Boss Xing nodded his head and told Snowflake the coordinates. Madman suddenly asked, are these coordinates safe? These coordinates are absolutely safe. It leads to Wang Dafu's private cultivation room. For safety reasons, Wang Dafu told me to meet him in his private cultivation room if I wanted to find him. Boss Xing said. All right. Madman nodded his head. Snowflake opened the spacetime law and a passage appeared. Then, the group entered the spacetime passage without changing their appearance. Soon, they descended into a dark stone room. The stone room was sealed. There was only one stone door, and the stone door was also completely closed. However, this cultivation room was quite big. Just the hall in the center was 500 to 600 feet. There were exquisite tea tables and chairs. Behind the hall, there was a landscape painting. The strokes were bold and lifelike. Next to it, there were 4 rooms, half hidden. One of them was a cultivation room, another was a lounge, and there was also an alchemy room. Alchemy room? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He asked, this Wang Dafu is also an alchemist. Not only an alchemist, but also a wine master. Xing Die pointed at the last room. The stone door of that room was also tightly shut. He said, this is his private wine cellar. There's even a type of divine wine in there. When he brought me here, I even tasted it. Divine wine? The white-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. Be honest. Qin Feiyang stared at it, then glanced at the empty hall and asked, where is he? He should be busy in the restaurant. I will send him a message. Boss Xing took out the sound transmission godstone. Chapter 3302. After a while, the door of the training room opened. Haha, that's my little martial nephew. Accompanied by a heroic laugh, a middle-aged fatso wearing a purple robe strode in. He was not an ordinary fat man. His entire body was probably 250 pounds, and his height was only 1.7 meters. He had a big belly and was wearing gold and silver all over his body. This is the Wang Dafu you were talking about? The madman looked at the fat middle-aged fatso with a look of astonishment. Cough cough. Xing Die coughed and said in a low voice, "You can't judge a person by his appearance." The corner of the madman's mouth twitched. This broad waist, fat, he looked like a nouveau riche. No matter how you look at him, he did not look like a shrewd old fox. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Snowflake were also astonished. This was a completely different person from the Wang Dafu they had imagined. Wang Dafu glanced at them and his gaze quickly fell on Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Not bad, impressive appearance, a talented person, a dragon among men." Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed and cupped his hands. "Greetings, martial uncle." Wang Dafu waved his hand and said, "We're family, no need to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can also call me Big Brother." Big Brother? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course not, we can't mess up the seniority." Ha. Wang Dafu smiled and waved his hand. The stone door of the training room closed. He then looked at the madman and said, "You must be that little madman. What advice do you have?" The madman laughed. Advice? Wang Dafu was slightly stunned. Looking at the madman's cynical smile, he laughed and said, Interesting. Sit, don't be so formal, just treat this as your own home." The key point was, Qin Feiyang, the madman, White-Eyed Wolf, was he a formal person? Obviously not. "Old Wang, I heard that you have divine wine in your wine cellar." White-Eyed Wolf approached Wang Dafu and chuckled. "Ooh." Wang Dafu was astonished. He really wasn't polite at all. He immediately came up with the idea of drinking his divine brew. "No matter what, you are still a martial uncle. Don't make us look down on you. In other words, if you don't take out a few dozen jars of divine wine to entertain them, you'll be letting down your seniority. Do people at the level of martial uncle have to be looked up to?" Wang Dafu looked at it in confusion. The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. He had actually been checkmated. This fatso was interesting. The meaning behind his words was obvious. So what if he looked down on me? Do you think I care? It was a little shameless. Just kidding. No matter what, people of the older generation like me have to pretend to be virtuous and prestigious in front of you juniors, right? Just you wait. Wang Dafu laughed and walked towards the wine cellar. Pretend to be virtuous and prestigious? Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other, extremely speechless. This martial uncle's personality was a little too arrogant. However, there was one thing that was quite to their liking. He didn't put on airs and didn't put on airs. It was clearly the first time they met, but there was no sense of unfamiliarity. It was probably because of his personality that he could do well in the Western continent. In short, their first impression was very good. After a while, Wang Dafu walked out with a wine jar. The wine jar was the size of a bucket and was covered with a thick layer of dust. From the surface, it looked like an old antique that had been covered in dust for many years. It was completely unremarkable. However, the White-Eyed Wolf's eyes were glowing with green light, and his saliva was flowing out. Since Wang Dafu was carrying it out, it must be a divine brew. "Brother, come and help." The White-Eyed Wolf immediately ran up and snatched the wine jar from Wang Dafu's hand before he could react. "Drunkard." Wang Dafu was stunned and slowly spat out these two words. He sat in front of the chair and looked at Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and Xing Die. "What are you still standing there for? Sit, we're family, don't be so polite." The three of them looked at each other and smiled. They walked over and each sat on a chair. The White-Eyed Wolf hugged the wine jar and placed it on the coffee table. He blew at the wine jar, and the dust immediately flew all over the room. Hey, can you be more refined? Frenzy looked at him with dissatisfaction. Refined? Let's see if you can still be refined when you open this wine jar. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes at Frenzy and opened the lid. A rich wine aroma immediately rushed out. Along with the wine aroma, a translucent dragon rushed out. Wine turned into a dragon. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Frenzy's eyes also lit up. It was indeed a divine brew. See, you can't stay calm anymore. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Frenzy and chuckled. You talk too much. Frenzy glared at him and leaned forward to smell it. His face immediately showed an intoxicated expression. Although the wine is good, you can't drink too much. Wang Dafu was half lying on the chair. His fat head and big ears looked like a Maitreya Buddha, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, he was slightly stunned. He didn't have any reaction at all after seeing the divine brew. Xing Da said, I forgot to tell you that your martial nephew is completely uninterested in wine. There's a young man who isn't interested in wine? Wang Dafu was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang as if he was looking at a monster. That's my nature. I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Master. Qin Feiyang smiled. No. I heard that you and little Tian get along very well. I was a little confused at first, but now it seems that you two have the same personality. Wang Dafu smiled. Little Tian was naturally referring to Yi Tian. Qin Feiyang said, Big brother Yi is also in the Black Tortoise world now. If Martial Uncle wants to see him, I can ask him to come out. Forget it. I heard from Big Brother that little Tian went to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate, so I won't disturb him. Wang Dafu waved his hand. The Big Brother he was talking about was naturally the Vice Alliance leader. Qin Feiyang nodded. While the two of them were talking, Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf had already started drinking. The entire room was filled with the fragrance of wine. This Frenzy was still an alcoholic after all. It's good to be young. Looking at the man and wolf fighting over the wine, Wang Dafu shook his head and smiled. There was a hint of emotion on his face. Everyone has a time when they are young. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Yes. Back then, your master and I were like them, fighting over everything we saw. But even if we fought until our heads bled, it didn't affect our relationship at all. In the blink of an eye, you young people have all grown up, and we have also grown old. Time really flies, Wang Dafu said with a smile. We grew up because of your protection. Let's not talk about anything else. We will continue to pass on your spirit. Qin Feiyang smiled. Spirit? Forget it. Your master and I have already made a big mistake. Don't take us as an example. But you really make me admire you. The Blood Hall has schemed against you time and time again, but in the end, they failed and suffered losses in your hands time and time again. They even lost a sovereign divine weapon and the Blood Hall's great deacon. To be honest, when I learned about these things, I didn't believe it. How can a young man like you have such ability? But now that I look at it, I have to admit that the new generation excels the old. Wang Dafu shook his head with a smile and asked, What's your next plan? Of course it's to capture Pei Wanli and the others. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Wang Dafu pondered for a while and nodded. These people are the family members of the Blood Hall's big shots. Capturing them can indeed make the Blood Hall hesitate, but, at this point, Wang Dafu frowned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he said with a smile, Martial Uncle, it's fine. I know very well that the big shots of the Blood Hall are all vicious and merciless people. Especially the Blood Hall's Hall Master and Old High. If you really push them too far, they may not care about the lives of these people. So, you must know your limits and don't cross their bottom line. Otherwise, it will only be counterproductive. At that time, it will be even more disadvantageous for you. Wang Dafu warned. Know my limits, Qin Feiyang murmured. It was not difficult to understand what he meant. These people were indeed very good bargaining chips, but no matter how good a bargaining chip was, there was a limit to its value. For example, an item that cost 1 yuan could only be exchanged for 1 yuan. If you took something that cost 1 yuan and ran to the other party to exchange it for 2 yuan, the other party would definitely not agree. Although people and money could not be compared, The principle was the same. Therefore, even if you captured these people, you could not make excessive demands in front of the blood hall. If you asked the big shots of the blood hall to exchange their lives for something, they would definitely not agree, and in the end, it would be a life and death struggle. I believe that you know your limits. Wang Dafu smiled and then said, as for the people you are looking for, actually, I have been secretly helping to investigate these days. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wang Dafu, his eyes full of expectation. I'm sorry, I really did not find any clues about this matter. Also, the Alliance Master and the two divine beasts seemed to have disappeared from the world. Wang Dafu shook his head. Qin Feiyang lowered his head in disappointment. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Martial Uncle, do you think they are now imprisoned in the Blood Hall, or transferred to another place like Pei Wanli and the others? I have thought about it, but it is really difficult to judge this matter. Because the Alliance Master, the two divine beasts, and the people you are looking for are fundamentally different from Pei Wanli and the others. Pei Wanli and the others are their relatives. The Alliance Master and the two divine beasts are the opponents they want to subdue. As for the people you are looking for, they are the bargaining chips in their hands. It is possible that the Blood Hall Master will keep them by his side and watch over them personally. It is also possible that he will transfer them away. Let's not talk about other things for now. Even if they were transferred away, it would not be as easy to find them as Pei Wanli and the others. Pei Wanli and the others are impatient. They can come out and take a walk, so we can find a chance to find them. But the Alliance Master and the others can't. They are imprisoned and will never appear in front of people. Wang Dafu sighed. Chapter 3303. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Listening to Wang Dafu's analysis, it was really hard to judge. But now, it seemed that there was no need to waste time looking for them. As long as they captured Pei Wanli and the others, it wouldn't be too much to exchange for the Mermaid Emperor and the others. After all, even if the Alliance leader and the two divine beasts were included, there were only 5 people in total. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang glanced at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and said helplessly, looking at you guys, it seems that you don't want to leave. Then you guys can stay here first. Xingda and I will go to the place where Pei Wanli and the others are hiding. Go, go. The madman waved his hand without looking back. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He was really going to stay? Wang Dafu glanced at the man and the wolf, and his face twitched. Looking at the posture of these two guys, it seemed that they were planning to drink all the divine wine in his wine cellar. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even think about it. There was no other way. Who asked them to be on the same side? And they were juniors. Just take it as spilling some blood. Immediately, Wang Dafu looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Junior Marshal Nephew, do you need my help? No need. Your restaurant's business will be very good tonight. You can stay and entertain the guest. Moreover, we are just going to take a look at the situation. We might not take action. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. If there's anything you need, send me a message. Wang Dafu took out the sound transmission god stone. Qin Feiyang also took out the sound transmission god stone. After suggesting the contract bridge, he asked Xingda to send the coordinates to Snowflake. When Snowflake opened the spacetime tunnel, the two walked in. Wang Dafu also got up. Looking at the madman and the white-eyed wolf, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned to leave. Old Wang, can we enter the wine cellar? The white-eyed wolf suddenly asked. Wang Dafu's body stiffened, and he turned his head to look at the madman and the white-eyed wolf kindly. He smiled and said, Sure, just don't mess around. It was their first meeting, he couldn't be too stingy. Western continent, northern border. This place was near the northern continent. However, there was a forbidden area between the western and northern continents that no one dared to set foot in. This place was called the Death Glacier. It was said that the Death Glacier was not only bone-chillingly cold, but it also had a type of storm that even perfect sovereigns would be afraid of. Its destructive power was extremely strong, and it could easily destroy a heaven-defying divine artifact. In other words, in the Death Glacier, the most terrifying thing was not the ice and snow, but the storm. Not far from the Death Glacier, There was a majestic mountain range. Because there was still some distance from the Death Glacier, there was only a little snow here, and some vegetation could be seen. However, it was still very cold here. Especially at night, when gusts of cold wind blew, people couldn't help but shiver. In one of the canyons, more than a dozen small wooden buildings stood side by side. Although the roofs were covered with a layer of snow, from the marks on the door frames and walls, it was obvious that these small wooden buildings had been built not long ago. At this moment, the night was as dark as ink. Faint candlelight flickered in the dozen or so small wooden buildings, making them seem extremely quiet. Whoosh! And just 100 miles away from the canyon, there was a giant mountain that was about 1,000 feet tall. A space-time tunnel suddenly appeared at the peak of the mountain. Immediately after, two silhouettes and a heaven-defying divine artifact silently walked out. They were Qin Feiyang, Xing Da, and Snowflake. "Young master, they are there." Xing Da walked to the edge of the cliff, pointed at the canyon, and transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, sending Snowflake into his chi ocean. Then, he walked to Xing Da's side and lowered his head to look. A distance of 100 miles, to the current him, was completely unaffected. He could clearly see everything. In the canyon, other than the dozen or so wooden buildings, there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost. If it wasn't for the sound of the wind and the occasional beast roar from afar, this place would be completely silent. "Why is it so cold?" Qin Feiyang suspiciously looked around. "This place is close to the Death Glacier. And the Death Glacier is the border between the western and northern continents. It is the same as the Yin Devil Land between the eastern and southern continents. It is a forbidden area of the Sky Cloud realm," Xing Da explained. "Is it very dangerous?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course. Even if a Paragon Dominator enters the Death Glacier, there is a 90% chance of death." Xing Da nodded. "What?" Qin Feiyang's expression froze. This was too terrifying. In short, none of the 4 forbidden areas is a good place. If you accidentally enter one in the future, you must be 120% vigilant. Xing Da warned. 4 forbidden areas? Qin Feiyang was startled. He suspiciously asked, other than the Yin Devil Land and the Death Glacier, what other forbidden areas are there? There is also the Heavy Region Land and the Land of Buried Gods. These 2 places are between the western and southern continents, and the eastern and northern continents. In short, the 4 forbidden areas are the borders of the 4 continents. Xing Da said. Heavy Region Land, Land of Buried Gods. Qin Feiyang remembered these names. Since they were called the 4 forbidden areas of the Sky Cloud realm, they were definitely extraordinary. Perhaps, there was some great opportunity hidden within. Xing Da looked at the dozen or so wooden buildings in the canyon and secretly asked, "Young master, do you want to go closer and take a look?" "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. After pondering for a moment, he activated the concealment art and brought Xing Da to fly toward the canyon. When they were about 10 miles away from the canyon, Xing Da secretly said, "We can't go any further." "En?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Look at the mountain peaks around the canyon." Xing Da transmitted. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze. There were a few big trees on the mountain peaks, and their leaves were covered with snow. From afar, they looked like snow-white umbrellas. However, other than that, he didn't see anything else. You can't see anything on the surface, but in fact, under the snow under each big tree, there is a secret guard hiding. However, their bodies are buried in the soil and covered with snow. Hence, it's hard to find them. However, they are always paying attention to the surrounding movements. Moreover, there is a barrier above the canyon. This barrier was set up by the commander of the secret guards using the law of time. At the same time, he also set up a time array. Hence, even if they are here, they won't delay their cultivation. Xing Da secretly said. Secret guards, barrier. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the mountain peaks around the canyon. There were at least 50 to 60 big trees, which meant that there were 56 secret guards here. How strong are these secret guards? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. The secret guards sent here are definitely existences at the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm. Xing Da said. It can't be. The Blood Hall has so many great perfection sovereign realm experts. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not many. Xing Da shook his head and said, not to mention the Blood Hall, even our Rogue Cultivator Alliance has more than 1,000 great perfection sovereign realm experts. What? Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance has so many? Why didn't I know? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He had always thought that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance only had 2 Alliance Masters, the Hall Master of the Mortal Palace, and the 10 Great Elders. He didn't expect there to be more than 1,000 hidden Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts. You don't know because these people rarely show themselves. Not to mention you, even those who were born in the Alliance capital might not know of their existence. Xing Da secretly said. Then where are they? Qin Feiyang asked. Some of them are training outside, and some are cultivating in the Saint Mountain. The Saint Mountain of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance is deeper in the Hall of Famers. No one can set foot there. Of course, the 2 Alliance Masters and the Hall of Famers are exceptions. Xing Da said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, then how many Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts are there in the Blood Hall? I'm not sure about that. Not to mention me, even the Vice Alliance Master doesn't know the exact number. After all, this is the Blood Hall's trump card. They definitely won't let others know. Not only the Blood Hall, but also the Demon Hall, Sacred Hall, and Divine Hall. Most of the experts are hidden. However, I heard from the Vice Alliance Master that the Blood Hall has at least 5 times more Great Perfection Sovereign Realm experts than our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. When the Vice Alliance Master cooperated with the Blood Hall revealed some information, but it wasn't very detailed. Xing Da explained. Even if it's only 5 times, it's still incredible. Qin Feiyang was shocked. 5 times, that's 5 to 6,000. This number was really frightening. One had to know that the Black Tortoise realm didn't even have a single Great Perfection Sovereign Realm expert. The strongest ones were him, Frenzy, and the White-Eyed Wolf. 2 lesser perfection sovereigns and 1 half-step sovereign realm expert. Without the Slaughter Domain and the Ancient Castle, they wouldn't be qualified to challenge the Blood Hall. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the foundation of the Sky Cloud realm. Any one of the major forces was enough to make people despair. You don't have to be too worried. Although there are many of them, they are basically ordinary perfect sovereigns. There are only a few people like the Blood Hall's Hall Master, Old High, the Secret Guard Commander, and the Grand Deacon who have grasped the strongest laws. Let alone the Supreme Profound. As far as I know, the 9 Great Deacons have mastered the Supreme Profound, but it's only the Supreme Profound of ordinary laws. Xing Da said inwardly. I see. That's not too bad. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. In short, in our Sky Cloud realm, those who have comprehended the Supreme Profound are the true overlords. You have to pay special attention to these people. Xing Da said. The Supreme Profound of ordinary laws is also very powerful. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. That's natural. But for young master, is this a problem? Xing Da chuckled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Xing Da and transmitted his voice. Wait until the day I also master the Supreme Profound. Then, there will be no problem. As for now, I'm just relying on worldly possessions. There's nothing great about it. Xing Da was stunned and shook his head. Worldly possessions are also a part of one's strength. However, this kind of humble attitude was pretty good. He wasn't arrogant or rash and knew his own shortcomings. Forget it. Worldly possessions are just worldly possessions in the end. One's own strength is true ability. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He had to continue working hard. The Supreme Profound, speaking of which, what was the Karma Law's Profound? It seemed that when he had time in the future, he had to ask the Devil Hall Master for advice. Chapter 3304. Qin Feiyang observed for a while and said with a frown, It's late at night. I don't think they'll come out. I guess so. Xing Da nodded. If they don't come out, we can only force our way in. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. Suddenly, his expression became excited. He turned to look at Xing Da and transmitted his voice. Say, if I subdue these secret guards, Will the Bloodhall's master be so angry that he will vomit blood? What? Subdue? Xing Da looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. That's right. Subdue them and make them a sharp blade in your hand. Qin Feiyang nodded. Xing Da was stunned. He raised his hand and touched Qin Feiyang's forehead. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Xing Da mumbled. You're the one who has a fever. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. No, young master, you're too naive. These people are all paragon sovereigns. How are you going to subdue them? Are you going to use the slaughter domain and the ancient castle to force them to submit? That's impossible. Even if you really force them to submit and control them, will you be able to rest assured if they follow you? You should know that these people are all loyal to the Bloodhall. Especially the secret guards. They're like death warriors. They're not afraid of death at all. If possible, they wouldn't hesitate to self-destruct. People like them must be subdued willingly. However, I don't think it's possible to make them follow you willingly. Xing Da shook his head. Not necessarily. Qin Feiyang chuckled secretly. What do you mean? Xing Da looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Could it be that this kid really had a way to make these secret guards willingly serve him? Humans all have dreams and ambitions. Only if you have the ability to help them realize their dreams and fulfill their ambitions, then they will naturally be convinced by you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Are you trying to bribe them? How? People like them have power and status. Money and wealth are meaningless to them. I can't think of anything else other than the sovereign's divine weapon, the ultimate profound meaning, and the ultimate law. But there are only a few sovereign weapons in the entire sky cloud realm. Supreme profound meanings and ultimate laws are also comprehended by oneself. As for ultimate profound meanings, don't even think about it. In the entire sky cloud realm, no one has comprehended ultimate profound meanings. So, I really don't know how you can make them submit to you willingly. Xing Da thought to himself that this was just a fool's dream, something unrealistic. You don't know, do you? I have something that all living beings in the world desire. In fact, it's even more valuable than a sovereign weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled. More valuable than a sovereign weapon? All living beings want it. Boss Xing was stunned as he asked via voice transmission, is there such a thing in this world? He didn't believe that there was something more valuable than a sovereign weapon in this world. You'll know when the time is right. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. All right. Boss Xing nodded. In any case, he didn't believe it. This young master was definitely bragging. But then again, how many people in this world would believe Qin Feiyang's words? No one. This was because they couldn't think of anything more valuable than a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang's heart also became active. The current Black Tortoise realm's strength was too weak. Other than him, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf, the others were still trapped in the Great Perfection Undead realm. How could such a force compete with the four great forces of the Sky Cloud realm? Although the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were his backers, they still didn't belong to him. Not only did he have to worry about using something that didn't belong to him, he also had to owe others a favor. Why bother? Moreover, his enemies, whether it was the Ice Dragon or the Small Beast, were not something the four great forces could compare to. In the future, there would be more cruel battles. Therefore, he must have something to rely on in his hands. If he nurtured them, it would be too slow. Especially in the sovereign realm, he had to rely on himself to comprehend the profound laws. No matter how many resources he had, if the other party's comprehension was not good, it would be useless. Therefore, recruiting soldiers and buying horses was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. Not only did he not need to spend energy to nurture them, but he could also directly and effectively help him. The most important thing was, poaching people could also weaken the opponent's strength. For example, if these secret guards really ran away with him, then the Blood Palace's loss would be huge. The Blood Palace's overall strength would naturally be weakened. Not only could he pick up the ready-made ones, but he could also benefit himself at the expense of others. That's right. That's it. At that time, the Blood Palace wouldn't even have a place to cry. Young master, come in for a moment. Suddenly, Theta Wang's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Xing Da and said, "Let's retreat." The two retreated back to the mountain peak. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at Xing Da and said, "You wait here. I'll go to the Black Tortoise world." "Okay." Xing Da nodded. Qin Feiyang's thought moved and instantly disappeared without a trace. Black Tortoise world. Somewhere in the Devil's Land. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang stood together, their brows furrowed. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the two and asked suspiciously. "We've investigated the matter you asked us to investigate." Elder Hua had indeed inquired about the potential pill in the Black Tortoise world. He also knew a lot about it. Pai Lupi said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He frowned and said, "Then why didn't he mention it to us face to face? This is also what we can't figure out. Even if the alchemy scripture in your hand isn't the first volume of the alchemy scripture passed down in the Sky Cloud world, Elder Hua should be able to associate it with the potential pill, but why did he pretend that he didn't know anything in front of us? Lord Sovereign, you can't be careless about this matter," Pai Lupi and Theta Wang warned. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. He pondered for a while and said, "I have an idea. You can express your opinions. I want to recruit people outside." "Recruit people?" The two were stunned. "That's right. Let's start from the Blood Hall. There are many perfect sovereigns in the Blood Hall," Qin Feiyang explained briefly. "This is a good thing, but didn't you find it troublesome in the past? Just like last time in the Nether King's Hell. We heard from Madman that when you were outside the Divine Devil Forest, the ancestral dragons gathered millions of people to kill you. At that time, someone seemed to have advised you to subdue those people, but in the end, you didn't do so." Pai Lupi and Theta Wang looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "That's different. Those people, the strongest is only at the Nine Heavens realm. What can they do? To subdue them, I have to spend energy and resources to nurture them. But the Blood Hall's secret guards are different. They are perfect sovereigns and have reached the peak of the Sky Cloud world. I don't need to spend energy and resources on them." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Now that you mention it," Pai Lupi thought for a while and smiled at Theta Wang. "That's right." Theta Wang nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Lord, we don't dare to ask what you want to do. However, no matter what you do, we will support you from behind." Pai Lupi nodded. Qin Feiyang patted their shoulders and smiled. He then asked, "By the way, is Yu Qing well behaved?" "Quite well behaved. At most, she will stroll around the courtyard. She has never left the Devil's Land." Pai Lupi nodded. "Continue to keep an eye on her. In any case, we must not let her know about the Black Tortoise world," Qin Feiyang said. "Understood." The two nodded respectfully. "Then go and do your work." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. The two looked at each other and turned to leave. The longer they stayed with Qin Feiyang, the more they felt that meeting Qin Feiyang in this life was their greatest fortune. Otherwise, they would still be inconspicuous guards in the City Lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang stood alone in the medicinal field with his head lowered. What was Elder Hua trying to do? Wasn't he curious at all? Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded in Zhongzhou. Qin Feiyang was startled. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the aura. Was this the aura of a half-step sovereign? Whoosh. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky above Zhongzhou. He raised his head and saw a giant 100,000 feet tall standing in front of him. He was like an ancient god of war, emitting a strong sense of oppression. Wang Ming. When he saw the giant's face, Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. "Young master." Wang Ming also saw Qin Feiyang. He scratched his head and smiled at Qin Feiyang. "You are?" Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise. "Yes. I have already comprehended the fifth profound of the law of force. My cultivation has also broken through." Because his body was too big, Wang Ming's voice was as deafening as thunder. "Good news." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Finally, another person had stepped into the sovereign realm. Wang Ming smiled foolishly. His body quickly shrank and returned to normal. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Don't compare yourself to others. Be yourself and relax. That way, you will improve faster. Qin Feiyang looked at him unhappily. Okay. Wang Ming nodded. Where's Yang Li? Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Ming said, he's not with me. I came out alone. But he should be here soon. Qin Feiyang smiled. I hope you can all break through to the great perfection sovereign realm soon. We've been a burden to you. Wang Ming lowered his head, his face full of guilt. Don't say that. You have to believe in yourself. Besides, you are all people who have unlocked the door of potential. You have to be more confident than others. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Wang Ming raised his head, puffed out his chest, and stood at attention. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Then, continue to work hard. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Wang Ming patted his chest. For them, young master had thickened his skin and left the Demon Hall's Hall master and the others in the Black Tortoise world to explain the mysteries of the laws to them. If they didn't work hard, would they be worthy of young master's efforts? Therefore, whether it was Wang Ming, Yang Li, the others, the five-clawed golden dragon, the blood Chileen, or the other ferocious beasts, they all secretly swore not to be a burden to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 3305. Leaving Wang Ming alone in Zhongzhou, Qin Feiyang entered the western region and released his senses to survey the entire Blood Sea. A day outside was equivalent to 1,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. Every day, countless creatures would come to the western region to donate blood. It felt like donating blood had become a custom in the Black Tortoise world. Therefore, although not much time had passed outside, the Blood Sea had accumulated a lot of blood over the years in the Black Tortoise world. However, this amount of blood was far from enough to activate the killing zone twice. It would probably take a few more years. Of course. This few years referred to the time outside. For a sovereign, a few years was nothing more than the snap of a finger. But for Qin Feiyang, it was too long. He wanted to make a move now, because he really couldn't bear to see the Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor continue to suffer in the Blood Hall. A long night was fraught with problems. He might as well make a move. He had to end the battle quickly and not give the Blood Hall a chance to react. He had to capture Pei Wanli and the others first. As for negotiating with the Blood Hall master, he could take his time. After all, as long as he had a bargaining chip in hand, he didn't have to worry about the Mermaid Emperor and the others' safety for the time being. Thinking of this, boom. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang activated the killing zone. The blood in the Blood Sea immediately turned into a torrent and rushed towards the slaughter zone. From afar, the void around Qin Feiyang was drowned in blood. He was like a killing god bathed in blood, and his terrifying murderous aura shook the surroundings. Look, the blood in the Blood Sea is disappearing rapidly. And this murderous aura, this is the sovereign's murderous aura, he must be activating the killing zone again. He must need more blood, the sovereign is in trouble. Let's go back and organize everyone to donate blood. These were the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. As soon as they sensed the aura of the killing zone, they knew what Qin Feiyang needed, and spontaneously organized everyone to donate blood. Faced with such a group of cute creatures, how could Qin Feiyang not protect them well? Not to mention Qin Feiyang, even a cold-blooded and heartless rock would be moved. Outside, Xing Da squatted at the peak of the mountain, silently monitoring the canyon. In fact, he was also wondering how he could break the barrier set up by the Dark Guard commander without anyone noticing and kidnap Pei Wanli and the others. However, he really couldn't think of a way. That was because the Dark Guard commander's barrier was condensed from the laws of time. In order to break this barrier, one had to possess an ultimate law. However, although Xing Da's cultivation had reached the perfection sovereign realm, he had not grasped an ultimate law. Therefore, it was impossible for him to break the barrier. Taking a step back, even if he could break the barrier, he wouldn't be able to face the 50 to 60 secret guards hidden at the peak of the canyon. These people were all paragon sovereigns. None of them were weaker than him. In short, in his opinion, this canyon was an impenetrable cage. I'm so useless. If I also had a supreme profound, I wouldn't even need to worry about a few dozen dark guards. Big Xing sighed inwardly. The Vice Alliance leader's order was for him to protect Qin Feiyang, but looking at the current situation, it was Qin Feiyang who had to protect him. At the same time, in the canyon, in one of the wooden buildings, the three young men were sitting in the hall, drinking wine and chatting. The three of them were dressed in gorgeous purple robes. Their figures were tall and their auras were outstanding. However, their faces were filled with arrogance. Moreover, it was the kind of arrogance that was condescending and looked down on everything. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that the purple-clothed young man sitting on the main seat was the grandson of the Blood Hall's hall master, Pei Wanli. Brother Pei, how long do you think we have to hide here? It's so boring every day. The other two young men looked at Pei Wanli and said with annoyance. These two were old Hai's grandsons, Hai Chengliang and Hai Chengji. I don't want to stay in this damn place either, but what can we do? Qin Feiyang has already come to the Western Land. If we don't hide, we'll definitely become his target. Besides, didn't we just go out? Pei Wanli smiled. Is it that small town nearby? Is that a place for people to stay? I wanted to find a woman to have fun with, but when I went there, all I found were old women. All right, since there's no woman, we can drink for fun. But look, what kind of rubbish is this wine we bought? It's as disgusting as horse piss. Hai Chengliang and Hai Chengji shook the wine glasses in their hands, their faces full of disdain. Don't be greedy. At times like this, we should be satisfied with just a sip of wine. Don't worry, Grandpa and the others are already thinking of ways to deal with Qin Feiyang, right? As long as Qin Feiyang is dead, he can play with any woman he wants. Pei Wanli chuckled. I hope it's soon. These days are too fucking sullen. Hai Chengliang held the wine glass, raised his head, and drank it. Hai Chengji also took a sip of wine angrily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Pei Wanli and said, Brother Pei, last time I heard you say that Qin Feiyang's woman is very beautiful. Pei Wanli was slightly stunned, and a trace of possessiveness climbed up in his eyes. He nodded and said, She's not beautiful, she's simply an enchantress. Is it that exaggerated? The brothers were surprised. Let me tell you, it's not exaggerated at all. You all know me, women are just playthings in my eyes. In this life, I've played with women, if not 1,000, at least 800, and all of them are extraordinary, but none of them can be compared to that woman. A head of golden wavy hair, a figure comparable to a devil's, a face like an angel's, and that skin, let me tell you, you can't find any flaws on her body. She's simply a peerless beauty. The more Pei Wanli spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he couldn't help but become excited. No way. The brothers looked at each other. You still don't believe me? Wait, I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Pei Wanli waved his hand, and a graceful figure suddenly emerged. It was the appearance of the mermaid princess when she was wearing a wedding dress. Hai Chengji and Hai Chengji were immediately stunned. This was too beautiful. There was actually such a peerless beauty in this world. She was simply a masterpiece of the heavens, and there was nothing to be picky about. They even couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. Hai Chengliang swallowed his saliva and looked at Pei Wanli. Brother Pei, such a beauty, you actually didn't get her? What do you know? I was about to get her. But halfway through, an old man appeared, and the duck in my mouth flew away just like that. Pei Wanli was annoyed. Which old man dares to ruin Brother Pei's plans? Tell us, and we'll kill him. The brothers said angrily. You guys. Forget it. Not to mention you guys, even your grandfather might not be able to kill him. His demon palace's Elder Hua. Pei Wanli shook his head. Elder Hua. The brothers froze. So it was this old man, then they really didn't have the guts. But don't worry, this Qin Feiyang will die in my grandfather's hands sooner or later. When that time comes, this woman will fall into my hands. When I'm tired of playing with her, I'll let you guys have some fun. Pei Wanli chuckled. As expected of a good brother, no matter what good things happen, you won't forget about us. I can't help but look forward to seeing this beauty panting under us. Hai Chengji and Hai Chengliang laughed sinisterly. Clang. Just as the three of them were fantasizing, a loud sound came from outside. It was like a divine sword being unsheathed, resounding in all directions. Immediately after, a monstrous murderous aura instantly flooded the entire canyon. The three of them had a change of expression as they quickly got up and ran out. At the same time, at the peak of the mountain, faced with this killing intent that suddenly appeared, Xingdian was also shocked. He hurriedly turned around and saw Qin Feiyang standing behind him. Fresh blood was surging within the killing zone. The blood-colored long sword in Qin Feiyang's hand was like a death god, emitting a soul-stirring baleful aura. "Young master, what are you doing?" Xingdian was shocked. Didn't they say that they wouldn't make a move for the time being? Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. Follow me closely. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed directly in the air above the canyon. Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. Fast enough. Xingdian muttered and quickly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. Boom. At the same time, snow flew up from the peak of the canyon. Under those gigantic trees, powerful auras burst forth one after another, causing the void and the ground to tremble. Immediately after, black figures rushed out from the snow and soared into the sky like lightning, surrounding Qin Feiyang and Hai Chengliang. These people were all wearing black robes, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. They were like ghosts in the night. They came out aggressively, but when they saw Qin Feiyang's face, their expressions changed drastically. They shouted, "It's Qin Feiyang, he activated the killing zone. Run and inform the commander." In the canyon below, not only Pei Wanli's group, but the others also felt the sudden murderous aura and ran out at the first moment. When they heard the Shadow Guard's words and looked at Qin Feiyang, their expressions changed drastically. Especially Pei Wanli. He stared at Qin Feiyang standing in the killing zone, his eyes filled with fear. Although he didn't have much interaction with Qin Feiyang in the Sky Cloud realm, he had seen Qin Feiyang activate the killing zone in the spacetime tunnel. Even old Hai would have the power to fight him. We hid so well, how did he find us? And from the looks of it, he came prepared. Could it be that someone tipped him off? The canyon was in chaos. Whether it was the elders like Pei Dason or the juniors like Pei Wanli, their faces were filled with fear. Their trembling eyes were as if they had seen a devil. Run. Looking at the group of people who were scared silly, a group of shadow guards roared hysterically. At the same time, they activated their laws and attacked Qin Feiyang. Although they knew they weren't Qin Feiyang's opponent, they could only brace themselves. Because they were shadow guards, their responsibility was to protect Pei Wanli and the others. If these people died or fell into Qin Feiyang's hands, then even if they survived, the two palace masters above wouldn't let them off easily. Chapter 3306. A roar finally woke everyone up. "Let's go," Pei Dason shouted. He was about 1.8 meters tall, his figure was quite thin, and there was a bit of a sinister aura between his brows. But at this moment, there was only fear left. Qin Feiyang, who in the 4 continents of the Sky Cloud realm didn't know this name? Although his strength wasn't much, he had unparalleled talent. The most important thing was that he had a sovereign divine weapon and a slaughter zone comparable to a sovereign divine weapon. It could be said that if he went all out, no one in the Sky Cloud realm would be his opponent in a one-on-one situation. So, even if there was a barrier set up by the Dark Guard commander, it couldn't protect them. With Pei Dason's order, everyone immediately fled outside, not even daring to look back. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. He didn't say a word the whole time. But his eyes were as cold as the Grim Reaper. He looked at the group of Dark Guards who were rushing over and then looked at Pei Wanli and the others who were fleeing. The corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. If he didn't activate the slaughter zone, then he really couldn't do anything. But now, who could stop him? And activating the slaughter zone was to end the battle quickly, so that when the Dark Guard commander and the Blood Hall master received the news and came over with the sovereign divine weapon, there would be another bloody battle. One must know. Last time, he was able to destroy the Dragon God Sword and kill the Great Deacon because of the Black Tortoise Realm's origin power. And after that, the little brat specially reminded him that he couldn't consume any more origin power in a short period of time. So if a bloody battle really happened, the one who would die in the end would most likely be him. So, He couldn't delay. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of a sword, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and waved the blood-red long sword. Blood dragons formed by murderous aura roared out and went straight for the dozens of dark guards. Boom. Capture. Without any suspense, all the profound laws couldn't withstand a single blow and shattered. Following closely, those blood dragons bared their fangs and pounced on the dozens of dark guards. A series of screams suddenly resounded. Dozens of dark guards flew out one after another, spitting out blood, their faces pale. In the blink of an eye, all of them were severely injured. Moreover, it was a serious injury that was on the brink of death. Xingda, cripple their cultivation. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any more attention to them. He didn't even turn his head as he gave the order. Then, he swung his sword down towards the canyon below. In the blink of an eye, none of the people in the canyon managed to escape. Rumble. As the sword chi fell, a barrier appeared in the void. However, like a piece of rotten wood, it disintegrated instantly. The terrifying aura and the sword chi turned into a raging tide that flooded the entire canyon. No, roars of despair rang out one after another. People of the younger generation like Pei Wanli were instantly covered in cuts and bruises. As for Pei Dason and the other elders, although they were all sovereigns, they were also riddled with injuries. We'll hold them off. You guys run. Pei Dason roared. A group of elders stepped forward and attacked with all their strength. All sorts of laws and profundities shot towards the sword chi. They also didn't want to face Qin Feiyang directly. However, there was nothing they could do now. All the hidden guards were heavily injured, so they could only attack. However, facing such a powerful slaughter domain, was there any meaning to their actions? No. The sword chi enveloped all directions. Every wisp of sword chi carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It entered their chi si and body. Everyone's body was riddled with holes and blood was gushing out. Father, grandfather, quickly come and save us. Whether it was Pei Dason or Pei Wanli, they were all crying out in despair. In just a blink of an eye, everyone's chi si was crippled. They were missing arms and legs, and their flesh was badly mutilated. This was still Qin Feiyang controlling the power of the blood-colored sword. Otherwise, the blood-colored sword's lethality at this moment would be enough to wipe them all out. Young master, it's done. On the other side, Xingda's voice rang out. Dozens of hidden guards were all heavily injured. Moreover, a portion of the hidden guards had their chi si directly shattered by the blood dragon. Hence, Xingda's task wasn't very heavy and was easily resolved. I'll send them to the west region. You go there and watch over him. Whoever dares to cause trouble, kill without mercy. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and everyone disappeared in an instant. Immediately, only Qin Feiyang was left in the sky above the mountains and rivers. He looked at the shattered mountains and rivers, handed over the snowflakes, and was about to leave. However, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The Blood Hall Master shouldn't have arrived so quickly. Because these people didn't have time to send a message to the Blood Hall Master, so now, the only person who knew what had happened here was the Dark Guard Commander. Because the enchantment was set up by the Dark Guard Commander. The enchantment was broken, and the Dark Guard Commander could sense it immediately. And these days in the Maple Leaf Valley, he didn't see the Dark Guard Commander return to the Blood Hall, so the Dark Guard Commander must be outside. If nothing unexpected happened, when the Dark Guard Commander sensed that the enchantment was broken, he should come here alone to check the situation first. Even if he brought people, at most, he would bring a few hidden guards. Because the Dark Guard Commander wouldn't have thought that he would be able to find this place. In other words, as long as he waited here, he could still wait for this big fish, the Dark Guard Commander. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. If he didn't guess wrong, the person who secretly attacked him in the Wind Sea City should be this Dark Guard Commander. Since that was the case, then the new and old debts would be settled here. At that moment, under his control, the aura of the slaughter domain and the blood-colored longsword were restrained, and then he activated the concealment spell, so he just stood in the void motionlessly, waiting for the Dark Guard Commander to appear. Now he could activate the concealment spell twice a day. What he wanted to do was not to rely on the concealment spell to sneak attack, but to make the Dark Guard commander appear without alertness. About 3 breaths. As expected. A black figure descended over the mountains and rivers, only half a mile away from Qin Feiyang. What's going on? It was the Dark Guard commander. He looked down in surprise. Wait a minute. This murderous aura, although Qin Feiyang restrained the murderous aura of the slaughter domain and the blood-colored longsword, there was still the aura left in the void. When the Dark Guard commander was hiding in the Star River of the Wind Sea City to watch the battle in the dark, he had already seen the slaughter domain, so he was very familiar with this murderous aura and could distinguish it at once. How is this possible? He actually found this place? His eyes were full of disbelief. He hurriedly took out the Divine Sound Stone and sent a message to the Bloodhall Master. He thought that Qin Feiyang had already left. However, before he could activate the Divine Sound Stone, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted. The Dark Guard commander immediately looked up and saw a young man in a blood-red robe in the void in front of him. Although Qin Feiyang was wearing a white robe, it had already turned blood-red under the soaking of blood at this moment. Qin Feiyang, the Dark Guard commander's expression changed. Especially when he looked at the slaughter domain and the blood-colored long sword, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. I knew you would come, so I specially waited for you here. Qin Feiyang grinned like a devil. The Dark Guard commander couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. The Time Law rolled out and rushed toward Qin Feiyang, at the same time turning around to flee. With the appearance of the Time Law, this place suddenly entered a state of stillness. Obviously, this was the profound meaning of the Time Law, time stop, clang. But, along with the appearance of a sharp light that could tear apart the heavens and the earth, the static state was immediately broken. The blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand also left his hand along with it, and like a graceful swan, it shattered the sky. No, accompanied by a roar, the blood-colored long sword sank into the Dark Guard commander's back and pierced through his lower abdomen. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. His aura quickly dissipated. However, he was still running away. After all, his divine soul was still there. Humph! Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, and with a wave of his hand, the blood-colored long sword turned in the air and slashed toward the Dark Guard commander with a monstrous edge. Qin Feiyang, you will die a horrible death. The Dark Guard commander roared in despair. He really couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the slaughter domain needed a lot of blood? Last time in the Heavenly Cloud Sea, this man had just opened the slaughter domain. How could he open it again now? Where did he get the blood from? Die a horrible death. You think too much. The one who is going to die now is you. Qin Feiyang coldly sneered, and the blood-colored long sword suddenly stopped above the Dark Guard commander's head. Wisps of sword chi appeared and directly tore the Dark Guard commander's skull and entered his sea of consciousness. Boom! With a loud bang, the Dark Guard commander's sea of consciousness was shattered on the spot, and his divine soul suffered a fatal injury. The reason why he kept the Dark Guard commander alive was of course for the white-eyed wolf. Because the Dark Guard commander mastered the law of time, for the white-eyed wolf, he was a very good prey. It's another night worth celebrating. Qin Feiyang glanced around, and a smile appeared on his face. After sending the Dark Guard commander to the western region and giving Xing Die some instructions, he closed the slaughter domain and let Snow open a space-time tunnel, and disappeared into the night without looking back. Rich's restaurant. At this moment, it was very lively. Wang Dafu was also beaming with happiness, and was extremely busy. Below, underground. Inside the secret chamber, the white-eyed wolf and the madman were also drinking to their heart's content. There were more than a dozen wine jars on the ground beside them, and all of them were divine brews. The entire room was filled with the fragrance of wine. Such a good divine brew, but she's not interested at all. Little Qinzi is getting more and more bored. I don't know if little Yu is blind or what. She actually likes him. The ingrate said with disdain as he hugged the wine jug and drank. To tell you the truth, I can't figure it out either. Look, in terms of talent, I'm not worse than him. In terms of handsomeness, I completely crush him. But why is he so popular with women? The madman was also drunk. What, can't you figure it out? Those women are all blind. The white-eyed wolf hooked his arm around the madman's neck and laughed. That makes sense. The madman nodded. But you're not bad either. Look at our Xiao Xian, isn't she also infatuated with you? The white-eyed wolf said. Of course. My Xian is the most beautiful woman in the world. Even if you give me a sovereign divine weapon, I won't exchange it. The madman patted his chest and laughed proudly. I didn't know you were so infatuated. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. The man and the wolf were stunned for a moment. Then, they turned their heads to look with drunken eyes. They saw Qin Feiyang standing silently behind them. He chuckled and said, "When did you come back? Come, drink some. Get lost." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Chapter 3307. He was fighting for his life outside, but these two bastards were drinking here. If it wasn't for their friendship, he would have kicked them. Okay, stop drinking. Qin Feiyang snatched the wine jars from their hands and said, I'll take you to see an old friend. Old friend? What old friend? Do we have an old friend in the Sky Cloud realm? The madman and the white-eyed wolf asked as they fought for the wine jars. You'll know when we get there. Qin Feiyang put down the wine jars and brought the man and the wolf to the sky above the Blood Sea. In the sky above the Blood Sea, more than 100 people were lying in the void. Some were missing arms and legs, and some were half-crippled. None of them were complete, and they were howling in grief. Xing Da stood to the side and looked at these people coldly. When the madman and the ingrate saw this scene, a trace of bewilderment appeared on their faces. What kind of people were they? Look at him. Qin Feiyang glanced at the scene and pointed at a young man who was covered in blood. Only his face was intact, but it was also covered in blood. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at him, and the doubt in their eyes became stronger. They went forward and picked up the torn clothes on the young man's body and wiped the blood on his face. Ah! The man and the wolf were startled. Isn't this Pei Wanli? Then, aren't these the secret guards of the Blood Hall and the family members of the Blood Hall's big shots? He, as expected of an old friend. The madman grinned. The drunkenness of the man and the wolf instantly disappeared. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Little Qin Zi, didn't you say you wouldn't do anything for the time being? What's going on? I changed my mind at the last minute. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully, I think you deliberately sent us away and went to show off by yourself. Do you think I won't kick you? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Show off by doing such a dangerous thing? What kind of logic was this? Kid, we meet again. White-eyed wolf and madman looked down at Pei Wanli with smiles on their faces. Pei Wanli struggled to open his eyes and stared at the man and the wolf, his eyes full of hatred. Still glaring. The white-eyed wolf smacked Pei Wanli's face with its paw. Pei Wanli couldn't help but howl in pain. Back in Great Qin, weren't you quite arrogant? Do you still remember what you said back then? Do you need me to remind you? Hey, don't lie there like a dead dog. Get up and continue being arrogant. Hurry up. Otherwise, with my violent temper, you'll have to suffer. White-eyed wolf rubbed his fists. Even though so much time had passed, whenever he thought about how arrogant that person had been in Great Qin, he would feel quite displeased. You're courting death, do you know that? My grandfather will never let you off. Pei Wanli roared. You still dare to shout? Madman's gaze turned cold as he stomped his foot on Pei Wanli's mouth. Pei Wanli's teeth were crushed and blood spurted out. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. This anger and humiliation almost drove Pei Wanli crazy. How dare they stomp on him? As the grandson of the Blood Hall's Hall Master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Kill us. That's what you said when we tortured you in the space-time tunnel, right? But now, we're living better and better, and you've unfortunately fallen into our hands again. And this time, you didn't leave your soul in the Blood Hall, right? White-eyed wolf chuckled. Hearing this, Pei Wanli's pupils constricted. There's no need to answer. Just by looking at your expression, I know that you really don't have a divine soul in the Blood Hall. That's not good. If we accidentally kill you, you'll really die. White-eyed Wolf bared his teeth. What are you doing? Suddenly, a weak roar sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw that it was Pei Wanli's father, Pei Dason. Pei Dason roared, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go to my father. Why are you looking for us? Don't be too despicable. You're saying we're despicable? Madman and White-eyed Wolf couldn't hold it in any longer and went up to Pei Dason to punch and kick him. Who was it that threatened them with the lives of the Sword Emperor and the others? Who was it that schemed to harm them? It could even be said that they were unscrupulous. But now, they actually had the nerve to call them despicable. No matter what, they were still humans. Couldn't they be a little more shameless? Qin Feiyang didn't care. This person was looking for trouble. Only the officials were allowed to set fires, but the common people weren't allowed to light lamps. What kind of logic was that? Since you're being unreasonable, I naturally don't need to reason with you. I'll just use my fists to solve it and beat you until you're convinced. However, this Pei Dason was also quite unyielding. No matter how they beat him, he wouldn't compromise. Madman and White-eyed Wolf were both tired and panting. This is the first time I've seen someone with such a hard bone. Madman shook his hand. It hurt. No matter how hard his bone is, can it be harder than a heaven-defying divine artifact? I have a good idea. White-eyed Wolf sneered. What idea? Madman was curious. Qin Feiyang also looked at White-eyed Wolf suspiciously. Do you still remember how the fire bead was suppressed in the soul-sealing valley? White-eyed Wolf laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. This wolf cub was too ruthless. He actually wanted to make these people roll in the cesspool. However, it seemed quite interesting. Qin Feiyang looked at this group of people with ridicule. With a thought, Theta Wang appeared beside him. Looking at Pei Wanli and the others, Theta Wang was first stunned. However, looking at these people in such a sorry state, she understood that these people weren't friends but enemies. Theta Wang, help me prepare something. Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in Theta Wang's ears. What? Theta Wang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Go. As for the location, let's do it in the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Theta Wang nodded. She glanced at the group of people with Schadenfreude and then flew away at lightning speed. There were ordinary people in every place. They ate, drank, and pooped 3 times a day. Hence, it wasn't hard to find something like this. What are you guys trying to do? Looking at the eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others, Pei Wanli and the others couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling. Nothing. I just saw that you were too dirty, so I invited you to take a bath. I guarantee that you will feel refreshed and refreshed. White-eyed Wolf chuckled. Would they believe it? Of course not. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Boss Xing and said, take away their interspatial rings. Don't worry. I've already taken away their interspatial rings as soon as they were sent here. And I've also obtained 2 supreme-level divine artifact. Boss Xing waved his hand. A black sickle and a black armor appeared. Both of the divine artifacts emitted a gloomy aura. Both the black sickle and the black armor had patterns of skulls on them. Heh! Qin Feiyang, Boss Xing, and White-eyed Wolf walked up and looked at them curiously. They were indeed 2 supreme-level divine artifacts. Whose are they? Qin Feiyang looked up at Boss Xing. Do you even need to ask? Of course they are his. Boss Xing pointed behind him. The 2 men and the wolf looked up and saw an old man lying in the void. Half of his head was gone, which looked extremely scary. As for the 2 supreme-level divine artifacts, they were very obedient. They even had a feeling of fear. Because they knew that this was Qin Feiyang's territory. If they messed around here, they would be courting death. So this is your true face. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked at the old man with a smile. That's right. This person was the commander of the Dark Guards. The commander of the Dark Guards looked up at him weakly and remained silent. He is. White-eyed Wolf and Boss Xing were a little confused. The commander of the Dark Guards. Qin Feiyang smiled. So it's him. White-eyed Wolf nodded in realization. But the next moment, he was shocked. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, I heard that this guy has mastered the law of time? Yes. Just now, he wanted to use time stop to escape. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Time stop. White-eyed Wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at White-eyed Wolf's eyes, the commander of the Dark Guards couldn't help but feel goosebumps. It was as if he was staring at a delicious cake. Madman looked at White-eyed Wolf with envy and smiled. Brother Wolf, your chance to soar is here. Time stop is the fifth profound of the law of time. The fifth profound? White-eyed Wolf was stunned. Yes. Furthermore, the fifth profundity of the law of time doesn't just stop time. It also reverses time, just like the time reversal of Mu Tianyang's heaven-defying bloodblade. Wait, you don't know? When the two old men were explaining the law of time, they mentioned this. Madman looked at White-eyed Wolf suspiciously. The two old men he was talking about were naturally the Hall of Famers and Elder Hua, because both of them had mastered the law of time. How would he know? He didn't listen at all. He kept drinking Black Tortoise Divine Brew outside. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at White-eyed Wolf. White-eyed Wolf ignored Qin Feiyang and looked at Madman. Then, after fusing with his law of time, this brother will also be able to master these two profound. Nonsense. Why are you asking me about your third innate ability? Madman said angrily. Hee, White-eyed Wolf grinned and said, this brother always thought that time stop was the highest profound. I didn't expect it to only be the fifth profound. Xing Da said, Vice Leader is very familiar with this person. I heard him say that he has also comprehended the highest profound. Comprehended the highest profound. White-eyed Wolf's eyes widened. The Dark Guard commander had indeed comprehended the highest profound of the law of time. When facing Qin Feiyang, he didn't use the highest profound because he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to block the blood-colored sword. Therefore, he wanted to use time stop to stall Qin Feiyang, even if it was only for a short while. Unfortunately, dreams were beautiful, reality was cruel. You are really lucky. After fusing with his law of time, you will have mastered two supreme profound of the strongest laws and can even break through to the initial stage of the Dominator realm. At that time, even if you encounter a Dominator at the late stage, you will be able to instantly kill them. Madman shook his head with a face full of envy. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious of White-eyed Wolf's third innate ability. As for the highest profound, Qin Feiyang and Madman didn't know. When the Hall of Famers and Elder Hua were explaining the law of time, they didn't talk about the highest profound. Not only the supreme profound of the law of time, but also the supreme profound of the other laws. The reason was that he didn't want everyone to bite off more than they could chew. He would look for them after comprehending the fifth profound. Ha, the White-eyed Wolf laughed happily and roared, Xing Da, restrain him. Boom. The next moment, a golden beast shadow appeared. Xing Da had also offended the White-eyed Wolf from the Vice Leader, so he knew what the White-eyed Wolf wanted to do. However, seeing it for the first time, he couldn't help but be shocked. With the emergence of the pressure, the Dark Guard commander was immediately confined in the void. What are you guys doing? The Dark Guard commander panicked. He had also guessed a little. Because the conversation between Madman and the White-eyed Wolf wasn't hidden, he had heard it all. Moreover, the moment the golden beast shadow appeared, he felt a great sense of danger, and this danger came from the law of time. Take it away. The White-eyed Wolf roared, and waves of golden light surged, drowning the Dark Guard commander. Qin Feiyang was also watching intently. He was filled with curiosity. Because he was fighting outside when the White-eyed Wolf took away the Grand Deacon's law of death, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Of course, he couldn't miss it this time. Not only Qin Feiyang and Xing Da, but the dozens of Dark Guards, Pei Wanli, and the others were also looking at this scene in surprise. As for Madman, he had witnessed the whole process last time, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He lowered his head, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3308. After a short while, Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He saw that the golden divine light was like a giant hand, pulling out a piece of law from the Dark Guard commander's body. It was at this moment. The Dark Guard commander felt the disappearance of the time law. What's going on? In his heart, he was very surprised. He actually lost the time law. Could it be that this divine ability could really deprive him of his law? No. The time law was his strongest means and his capital to establish himself in the sky cloud realm. Once he lost the time law, even if he was still alive, his past glory and status would all be loss. This absolutely couldn't happen. Qin Feiyang, quickly ask it to return the time law to me. In the future, I will work for you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I beg you. Don't deprive me of my time law. He wailed, his tone full of despair. Work for me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Believe me, I am a paragon sovereign. With my strength, as long as there is no sovereign weapon, no one can defeat me. I can help you. I beg you, give me a way out. I promise, I will follow you wholeheartedly. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. No one was willing to lose everything they had. Especially the power of law. Not to mention the strongest law like the time law, just the ordinary power of law. To comprehend the profound meaning of the major laws, not only would it take a long time, but it would also take a little bit of precipitation. But even so, one might not be able to comprehend it, let alone the profound meaning. For someone like the Dark Guard commander, losing the strongest law meant that his life was completely over. So, instead of being deprived, it was better to betray the blood hall and seek refuge with Qin Feiyang. Although it might be a topic of ridicule, at least he could muddle through. Work for me, Qin Feiyang murmured with a smile. If the white-eyed wolf didn't have this ability, I would definitely consider it. After all, you are indeed very strong. But now it's different. After the white-eyed wolf integrated with your time law, not only can he inherit your time law, but he can also inherit the profound meaning. So for me, there is no loss. What? This isn't a simple deprivation. Instead, you want to steal his laws of time. When Pei Dason and the rest of the Dark Guards heard this, their hearts were filled with shock. Snatching another person's law of time and fusing it with himself? How could this be possible? This was too absurd. He had never heard of such a perverted thing in the world. Wait a minute. Could it be that its law of death was stolen from someone else? The ultimate profundity of the laws of death, could it be the great deacons? The crowd was shocked to the extreme. They looked at the white-eyed wolf again as if they were looking at a demon. What kind of monster was this? Amidst the Dark Guard commander's howls of despair, the deprivation finally ended. I'm going to fuse with it. The white-eyed wolf excitedly looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman before turning around and flying away. Wait. Madman, who had been looking down as if he was thinking about something, immediately looked up at the white-eyed wolf and shouted. What? The white-eyed wolf stopped and turned to look at him suspiciously. The madman moved closer and chuckled. Brother Wolf, is your third ability only useful to you? What else? The white-eyed wolf raised an eyebrow. Is this kid stupid? Of course, his ability was only useful to him. The madman smiled flatteringly. What I mean is, can your ability also allow us to fuse with one or two law powers? You're thinking too much. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain before disappearing into the blood sea without looking back. The madman was stunned and then smiled bitterly. He was indeed thinking too much. This ability belonged to the white-eyed wolf, so it could only help the white-eyed wolf fuse with law powers. He was really stupid to be thinking about such a beautiful dream. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. However, the madman couldn't be blamed because even he envied the white-eyed wolf from the bottom of his heart. It's gone, it's all over, little bastard, just kill me. I'll go to the netherworld and become a malicious spirit. Then I'll come back for your dog life. The Shadow Guard commander seemed to have lost his soul as he muttered to himself. His dim eyes had no luster. In the end, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart as he looked up at Qin Feiyang and roared with resentment. Malicious spirit. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xing Da and said indifferently, this person has no value anymore. Understood. Xing Da nodded and stepped in front of the Shadow Guard commander. He sneered. You don't even have the chance to become a ghost. Boom. The power of law rolled out and instantly drowned the Shadow Guard commander. Then, in the endless screams, the Shadow Guard commander turned into dust and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Dead, a dignified overlord, a top powerhouse of the Sky Cloud realm, was killed just like that. Pei Dason and the group of Shadow Guards witnessed this scene with their own eyes and couldn't help but tremble. Even a powerhouse like the Dark Guard commander could be killed so easily, let alone people like them. After the Dark Guard commander died, Qin Feiyong also retracted his gaze. He swept his gaze over Pei Dason's group and the Dark Guards. His eyes flickered as he looked at Pei Wanli and said with a smile, "You, come here." "What?" Pei Wanli's face was filled with horror. "I told you to come here, so come here." Qin Feiyong beckoned. Pei Wanli shook his head. "But is that so?" Qin Feiyong's eyes were cold. I'll come." Pei Wanli trembled and struggled to get up. He staggered towards Qin Feiyong with a face full of panic. Qin Feiyong raised his hand. Seeing this, Pei Wanli suddenly retreated in horror. Qin Feiyong was stunned. He grabbed Pei Wanli's shoulder and dragged him in front of him. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you." At the same time, his other hand took out the Divine Life Pill and Yuan Hai Pill and handed it to Pei Wanli. Pei Wanli was very surprised. What was going on? He actually gave him a pill to heal his injuries. He definitely didn't have good intentions. He didn't dare to take it. "Quickly take it," Qin Feiyong said coldly. Pei Wanli trembled and hurriedly grabbed the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He wondered if this pill was poisonous. "Look at you, I'm talking to you nicely, but you're still trembling in fear and want me to be fierce to you. Aren't you a masochist?" Qin Feiyong was helpless. What else did Pei Wanli dare to say now? He could only nod and smile. "Don't be like a soft-footed shrimp. You're the grandson of the Blood Hall's Hall Master. Be a little tougher." Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and then looked at the group of people and asked, "Who is Hai Chengliang and Hai Chengji?" No one said a word. "If you don't speak, I'll kill all of you." Qin Feiyong's face turned slightly cold. "We are." Hai Chengliang and Hai Chengji quickly got up. "You guys come over too." Qin Feiyong smiled at the two of them. The two brothers looked at each other and could only bite the bullet and walk over. "Don't be nervous. I'm not the Demon King. I won't take your lives casually." Qin Feiyong smiled and asked, "You guys are old Hai's grandchildren?" Yes. The two of them nodded repeatedly. "Look at you guys. You're all people with status and background. Why is your cultivation not as good as me and senior brother Fengzi?" Qin Feiyong shook his head and sighed. Yes, we're too stupid. We've caused you trouble. Sorry, we apologize to you." The three of them nodded submissively. "What are you trying to do? You guys are causing trouble for your grandfather. Originally, it was a very good strategy for them to let you hide outside. First, they could protect you. Second, they could deal with me without any worries. But what happened in the end? You guys just couldn't bear the loneliness and insisted on going to the nearby town to play. Now look, I just happened to bump into you. Tell me, if this isn't causing trouble for them, then what is?" Qin Feiyong shook his head. If he had such a grandson, he would definitely slap him to death in anger. "What? You bumped into us in that town?" The three of them looked stiff. "Yes, don't you think it's a coincidence? I was worried about where to find you guys, but you guys took the initiative to come to me." Qin Feiyong smiled. "You three unfilial sons, I told you not to run around, but you insisted on running out. Now, you've caused everyone's death." Pei Dason roared. Hai Chengliang's parents were also full of anger. The three of them lowered their heads, their hearts full of regret. Why couldn't they endure it? Now, because of a fluke, not only did they harm themselves, but they also harmed their families. Qin Feiyong looked at Pei Dason and the others and smiled. "Don't be so agitated. I didn't say that I'm going to kill you now. Anyway, you'll die sooner or later." Pei Hongyu snorted. "It's hard to say. Because it depends on whether the Blood Hall Master and Old High care about you." Qin Feiyong chuckled, looked at Pei Wanli, and said, "Send a message to your grandfather. Send a message to grandfather. Pei Wanli was stunned. At this moment, they all understood that they were being used as bargaining chip. Young master, his voice transmission stone is with me. Xing Da walked to Qin Feiyang and handed a voice transmission stone to Qin Feiyang. Why is it with you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Xing Da laughed and said, when I took their interspatial rings, I took it along with them. You're quite careful. Qin Feiyang smiled and gestured to give the voice transmission stone to Pei Wanli. Xing Da took the voice transmission stone and handed it to Pei Wanli. Pei Wanli glanced at the divine sound transmission stone, then glanced at Qin Feiyang. His expression was extremely hesitant. If his grandfather were to know that he was found by Qin Feiyang because he ran out to play, then he would definitely rain a torrent of abuse on him. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Pei Wanli braced himself and grabbed the voice transmission stone. Now, his sea of qi was almost recovered. After all, it was the primordial sea divine pill with 7 dragon-shaped elixirs. Hurry up. Xing Da's eyes turned cold and his killing intent shrouded Pei Wanli. Pei Wanli quivered and quickly activated the voice transmission stone. Chapter 3309. After a while, buzz. A phantom appeared. It was none other than the Blood Hall's Hall Master. What's wrong with you? The master of the Blood Hall had a smile on his face, but when he saw Pei Wanli covered in blood, his smile disappeared. Grandpa, Pei Wanli was about to speak when Qin Feiyang grabbed the stone and then pushed Pei Wanli away. Immediately, their gazes collided. Qin Feiyang? The master of the Blood Hall was stunned and shouted, "Why are you with my grandson? Isn't it obvious? He has fallen into my hands." Qin Feiyang smiled. How is this possible? The master of the Blood Hall was in disbelief. He had hidden so well, but he was still found by this person. Nothing is impossible in the world. Besides your grandson, I have many acquaintances of yours here. Qin Feiyang turned the divine sound transmitting stone to face the group of secret guards, Pei Dason, and the others. Master, save us. Father, we don't want to die. The group of people immediately called for help. The master of the Blood Hall looked at them one by one and his face was extremely gloomy. They never expected that Qin Feiyang would actually be able to find their hiding place. But how did he know? He knew. This place was close to the Death Glacier and there were few people around. In his memory, there was no safer and more secretive place than here. Besides, he was very confident. Qin Feiyang would definitely think that he would carefully place the people around him in the Blood Hall for protection. But why were they caught by Qin Feiyang now? Could it be that there were spies of Qin Feiyang among these people? But it was impossible. These people were the family members of him and the masters of the Blood Hall. They were all Qin Feiyang's enemies. Who would tip off Qin Feiyang? Don't be like Pei Dason and say that I'm despicable. Qin Feiyang laughed. The master of the Blood Hall asked, "What do you want?" It's simple. Exchange hostages. Look, these are all your family members. Even if you don't include the shadow guards, there are still 50 to 60 people. Use them to exchange for the Mermaid Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, the Alliance Master, Yi Miao, and the 2 mythical beasts. To you, this should be a very good deal. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Blood Hall Master clenched his fists. Exchanging hostages was indeed a good deal for him. However, the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Wing Emperor were the only bargaining chips that could restrain Qin Feiyang. If they were returned to Qin Feiyang now, what would the Blood Hall use to negotiate with Qin Feiyang in the future? Most importantly, even without these 2 bargaining chips, Qin Feiyang could still attack the Blood Hall without any scruples. There was also the Alliance Master and the 2 divine beasts. They were all top experts in the Sky Cloud realm, especially the Alliance Master. He was known as the #1 expert in the space law in the Sky Cloud realm. Once he was released, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. As for Yi Miao, it didn't matter to him. All in all, this seemed to be a good deal, but in front of him, there would be endless troubles. You don't have to give me an answer now. Anyway, I'm very patient. I can wait. However, I'm afraid your children and grandchildren won't be able to wait that long. Think about it carefully. Once you've thought about it, Let Yi Miao send a message to Yuqing. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and crushed the transmission stone. As for Pei Wanli's Sea of Qi, it was once again crushed by Xing Da under Qin Feiyang's signal. Damn it, damn it. Blood Hall. The Blood Hall master roared again and again. My lord, what happened? A secret guard ran in and looked at him in surprise. Immediately inform Old Hai and the 9 deacons. Tell them to go to the conference hall immediately. I have something urgent to discuss with them. Also, tell the secret guard commander to come back. The Blood Hall master shouted. Yes. The shadow guard responded and immediately turned to run out. What had happened to make the Blood Hall master so angry? Black Tortoise World. Whether you can survive now depends on the decision of the Blood Hall master. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Dason and the others and smiled faintly. Then, he turned to Xing Da and said, stay here and watch over them. Yes. Xing Da nodded. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 supreme-grade heaven-defying artifacts and said with a smile, what are your choices? We submit. The 2 supreme-grade heaven-defying artifacts answered without hesitation. Traitor. Spineless. Pei Dason and the others scolded. Qin Feiyang looked at the group and smiled. What do you know? A wise man submits to circumstances. Then, he looked at the 2 supreme weapons and said, follow Xing Da for now. When you perform well, I'll consider letting you enter the land of origin. Thank you, young master. We'll definitely perform well. The 2 supreme weapons were overjoyed. They actually had the chance to enter the land of origin. What a fortune. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Then, he disappeared without a trace with the secret guards. You bastards. The Dark Guard commander spent so much effort to train you. Now, not only did you not take revenge for the Dark Guard commander, you even defected to Qin Feiyang. Do you have any conscience? As soon as Qin Feiyang left, Pei Dason and the others looked at the 2 supreme weapons and scolded them. Conscience. Are you stupid? You want to talk about conscience with us? Besides, the Dark Guard commander trained us to help him kill his enemies. At most, we're just using each other. The 2 supreme weapons sneered. Bastards. No, you're worse than bastards. Pei Dason roared. You're courting death. The 2 divine artifacts were enraged and went up to give him a good beating. Pei Hongyu glanced at Pei Dason and the 2 supreme weapons. Then, she looked at Xing Da and said, I remember that you're under the Vice Alliance leader. Hearing this, Boss Xing looked at her expressionlessly. You've been with the Vice Alliance leader for so many years, but you don't even have a supreme weapon. Don't you think it's a waste of your talent? But as long as you help us now, I promise that I'll not only give you supreme weapons, but I'll also give you supreme divine art. In short, as long as you want something other than the sovereign weapon, we can satisfy you. Pei Hongyu said temptingly. Xing Da couldn't help but sneer. If he really cared about these things, he would have left the Rogue Cultivators Alliance and defected to the Demonic Palace. Why would he wait until now? What's so good about Qin Feiyang? Why are you working so hard for him? Pei Hongyu said angrily. You're not qualified to judge whether the young master is good or not. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Anyway, I have so many bargaining chips. You're just one more. Xing Da's eyes flashed with killing intent. She actually wanted to persuade him to defect. This woman must be an idiot. Bloodsea. On the other side, Qin Feiyang looked at the group of dark guards standing in front of him in silence. There were exactly 55 of them. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, the group of secret guards were all flustered. Kill us if you want to. One of the dark guards mustered up his courage and stood out, looking at Qin Feiyang and roaring. Do you want to die so badly? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. I don't want to die. But I know that I'll die if I fall into your hands. So, I might as well be straightforward. The dark guard said. Not bad. You're very aware. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, however, I don't intend to kill you. What do you mean? The group of dark guards looked at each other. He didn't intend to kill them? Was this person so kind? Of course, I won't be so kind. You have all seen the fate of the Dark Guard commander with your own eyes. I will not hesitate to kill an expert like him, let alone you. But after thinking about it, it's not easy for you to cultivate to the sovereign realm. So, I want to give you a chance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You want us to defect from the Blood Palace and follow you? One of the Dark Guards asked. Smart. I also hope that you can make a smart choice. Qin Feiyang smiled. Impossible. We'll never do something like dragging out an ignoble existence. Another Dark Guard shouted coldly. Xing Da is right. It's a bit difficult to make you submit willingly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since you already know, why waste your breath? Come, give us a quick death. The group of Dark Guards closed their eyes. I'm puzzled. Even the Dark Guard commander wanted to follow me before he died. Why are you subordinates so stubborn? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The commander is the commander. We are us. Besides, do you really think the commander wants to follow you? What a joke. That's just a delaying tactic. Once he recovers his Qi Ocean, it'll be your doomsday. The group of Dark Guards sneered. Since they were going to die, there was nothing to be afraid of. So, all of them became arrogant. So that's how it is. Fortunately, I didn't believe him. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Are you sure you don't want to follow me? Think carefully. The decision you make now will affect your future achievements. Future achievements. We've already reached the sovereign realm. What achievements do we need? There's nothing to pursue. Come, stop nagging. The group of Dark Guards urged. They were truly fearless in the face of death. Nothing to pursue? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, Are you guys so easily satisfied? Yes, your cultivation has indeed reached the peak of the sky cloud boundary. But what about your strength? When the group of Dark Guards heard this, they couldn't help but open their eyes and look at Qin Feiyang. Have any of you comprehended the Supreme Profound? Have any of you comprehended the Supreme Law? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The group of Dark Guards shook their heads. Since there isn't any, then why don't you dare to pursue? Qin Feiyang said. The Supreme Profound, the Supreme Law, do you think it's cabbage that can be picked up on the street? A Dark Guard sneered. I know it's difficult. For you guys, it's a height that you can't reach in your lifetime. But as long as you follow me, I won't necessarily help you comprehend the Supreme Profound, but there will at least be a glimmer of hope. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I don't believe you. The group of Dark Guards shook their heads. Do you think you're the god of creation? You want to help us comprehend the Supreme Profound? Chapter 33:10. You think I'm joking with you? Even if you're paragon sovereigns, you're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Qin Feiyang sneered mercilessly and tore off his shirt. The group of secret guards wanted to laugh. He actually called them a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. However, when they saw Qin Feiyang tearing off his shirt, they were stunned. What did he mean? Seduction? Fuck. We're not interested in men, okay? Wait. But suddenly, they noticed the potential imprint on Qin Feiyang's chest. What's this? The group of secret guards suddenly became bewildered. Did you notice that? This imprint is a bit familiar. Where have I seen it before? It's a bit familiar, but I can't recall it at the moment. Wait. This seems to be a potential imprint. Potential imprint. Yes, it's exactly the same as the potential imprint I saw in the ancient books. What's going on? Did he open the door of potential? At this moment, the secret guard's expressions were extremely interesting. Shock, doubt, disbelief. There was even a secret guard who instinctively walked towards Qin Feiyang step by step. When he reached in front of Qin Feiyang, he even reached out to touch the potential imprint. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he quickly took a step back. Forget about touching. Just looking is enough. How is it? Qin Feiyang looked at the group of secret guards and said contemptuously, Now you admit that you're a frog at the bottom of a well? The group of secret guards looked at each other and then looked at Qin Feiyang in unison, asking, Is this a potential imprint or not? Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and raised his hand to wipe it to prove that it wasn't drawn. This is impossible. Since ancient times, No one has been able to open the door of potential in the Sky Cloud realm. It must be fake. The group of secret guards shook their heads. No one has opened it in the Sky Cloud realm, but it doesn't mean that no one has opened it in other places. Look at my Black Tortoise realm. Not only me, but my friends and beasts have all opened the door of potential. Moreover, except for the Sovereign realm, all the other realms' doors of potential have all been opened. Even the ferocious beasts beside me have opened all the doors of potential. As for you so-called perfect dominator realm experts, you haven't even opened a single door of potential. Do you suddenly feel a huge blow? Qin Feiyang smiled and then took out a new white robe and put it on. No, the secret guards still couldn't believe it. Let's not talk about me, the people around me, and the ferocious beasts around me. Even many of the creatures in the Black Tortoise world have opened one or two doors of potential. You still don't believe? Sure, follow me to a place. I'll let you experience it for yourself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought a group of people to the hall of the ancient castle. The crowd scanned the castle. Was this the Dominator divine weapon? Don't worry. The castle won't do anything to you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to look at a cultivation room on the second floor. He said, Dan Wangxai, come out. The stone door opened and Dan Wangxai walked out with a medicinal fragrance all over his body. Young master. Dan Wangxai bowed. Give me a potential pill. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. Dan Wangxai glanced at the secret guards and took out a potential pill from his universe ring and placed it in Qin Feiyang's hand. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of secret guards and pointed at one of them. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure. He was about 1.9 meters tall and looked very valiant. At this moment, he looked at the potential pill in Qin Feiyang's hand and was full of doubts. You, come here. Qin Feiyang said. The middle-aged man walked up. Take it. Qin Feiyang threw the potential pill to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man caught the potential pill and hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and threw it into his mouth. Don't worry. It's not poisonous. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. After that, he looked at the ancient castle and said, Ancient castle, can I trouble you to release a bit of your oppressive might? Boom. The pressure of the ruler divine weapon immediately shrouded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man panicked. Sit down. Don't be distracted. Qin Feiyang shouted. The middle-aged man immediately sat on the ground and focused. Ah! After a few breaths, he roared and his body shook violently. Dazzling light immediately bloomed from his chest. The other shadow guards hurriedly looked over and were all dumbfounded. After the light dissipated, a potential imprint appeared. The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the potential mark. He was completely stunned. He opened a door of potential so easily. How do you feel? Someone looked at the middle-aged man and asked. I feel great. My essence, chi, and spirit have been refined. The middle-aged man replied and then shouted, This is indeed a potential mark. It's not a dream, it's real. What kind of pill is that? It can open the door of potential for these people. Wait. It said that the pill formula in the first volume of the pill scripture can open the door of potential for those below the ruler realm. Could it be that the so-called potential pill is one of the pill formulas in the first volume of the pill scripture? In other words, the legendary first volume of the pill scripture is in this person's hands. When the group thought of this, their eyes trembled and they looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. It's your ancestors' good fortune that the young master has taken a liking to you. Cherish it. Dan Wangxai said coldly and turned to return to the cultivation room. Now you know. As long as I'm willing, I can open the door of potential for all of you. I said that all of you are frogs at the bottom of the well. Do you admit it now? Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people indifferently. When the group heard this, they smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that this person would have the pill to open the door of potential? In a sense, the value of the door of potential was higher than the ruler divine weapon. Now, they finally understood. Why Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo's talents were so terrifying? It turned out that they had opened the door of potential. Immediately, They couldn't help but feel a fire in their hearts. If they also opened all the doors of potential, they would be reborn in an instant. Especially their comprehension, it would increase countless times. In this way, wouldn't there be hope for them to comprehend the supreme profound? Not to mention the supreme profound, if they could comprehend the supreme profound of the supreme profound of the supreme profound, it would be a leap in transformation. If they could comprehend all the supreme profound of the 6 supreme profound that they had mastered, even if they didn't have the supreme profound, it would be enough to dominate the sky cloud realm. At that time, their status and value in the sky cloud realm would naturally rise. What's wrong? Are you tempted? But I've changed my mind now. I don't want to accept you. Go to hell. Qin Feiyang chuckled. When the group of people heard this, their expressions suddenly froze. Don't blame me. You asked for it. If you had agreed before, everything would have been fine, but now, Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disdain, and said indifferently, with these pills, I don't have to worry about no one coming to find me. Don't. We were wrong. We were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you. Qin Feiyang, no, young master, please accept us. We promise that we will follow you loyally in the future. Even if you want us to kill our way into the Blood Palace, we won't frown. When the group of secret guards heard this, they all knelt on the ground, fawning and begging. They were as humble as they could be. Qin Feiyang looked hesitant. We were really wrong. We are frogs at the bottom of a well. Please, I beg you, just think of us as homeless orphans. Can you take pity on us? Who didn't want to open the door of potential? However, it was impossible to do so with their own abilities. Now that there was such an opportunity, they definitely couldn't miss it. No matter what, they had to stay. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and nodded, I'm sure it's quite pitiful. However, how do you expect me to trust you? The group of people was at a loss. However, suddenly, the middle-aged man said, Young master, didn't I hear that you have a kind of control secret technique? You can control us. Even if I control you, what if you don't want to live and die together with me? Qin Feiyang looked at them mockingly. No. In this world, who doesn't care about their own lives? How can we be so stupid to die together with you? This won't do us any good. Young master, trust us. As long as you help us open the door of potential, you will be our second parent. We will definitely be filial to you. The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully, as if they were children begging for attention. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang choked. Second parent. This was too exaggerated. In terms of age, which one of these people wasn't an ancestor-level antique? It was a little old to be their parent. Please, I beg you. The group of people begged endlessly and almost hugged his thigh. All right. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept you. But remember, this is definitely not coercion. Qin Feiyang said. Of course. We are all willing. If anyone dares to say that you forced us, we will be the first to kill them. The group of people was wild with joy. Even when they broke through to the perfection sovereign realm, they weren't so happy. People like them didn't have many pursuits. After all, they were already standing at the top and their lives were considered to have come to an end. However, it was different now. The appearance of the door of potential ignited their fighting spirit and ignited their desire for strength. In short, to them, the potential pill was equivalent to a new life. Moreover, it was a new life with limitless possibilities. There was even hope for them to surpass those giants in the Tianyun world. Qin Feiyang formed seals with both hands and enslavement seals appeared one after another. The group of people were like little sheep, kneeling on the ground and obediently accepting the control. They didn't have the slightest intention to resist. They were even more obedient than children.